Hi. We're actually professional now. I got like the lab mic set up. Oh my god. Thanks for the 25 gifted. I definitely love myself and am not miserable in any way. I'm definitely very well put together and not mentally challenged. I am definitely feeling very confident about myself and don't need random strangers on the internet to verify just how amazing I am. Yeah. Hey, what's up? We're making some coffee right now. And we're going to be playing some old school RuneScape, and then maybe we're going to do some cleaning. I don't know, actually. Like, should we do cleaning first, or should we do cleaning later? I don't know. I don't know. Like, to be honest, like, I'm kind of scared. Like, I'm kind of scared if I want to clean. Like, you know, we already did so much cleaning. I don't want to ruin it by like doing too much. If I do too much cleaning, I might like get scared and like not do it for a while. Like if I kind of need to do like little teeny bits at a time. Like hey, like this is recycling, right? Maybe I can put it in the recycling bin. Okay. And what else can we do? What else can we do that's some kind of cleaning? Well, I could put away the popcorn thing. It needs to be put away. This thing needs to be put away. Okay, so I put it in here. It's all put away. I did something besides do nothing. Let's go. Yay! We did something. I'm losing my mind, chat. I totally don't even really know like why, like what's going on. We're having a good morning. Gonna be getting caffeinated. We might do some cleaning. I gotta do more laundry. Lots and lots of laundry. We could put a laundry in the load. I mean, we could put a load of laundry in the laundry. I mean, we could put a load of laundry in the washing machine. Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called. I actually don't know what it's called. Chat, what even is going on? Why are we here? Okay, like what is, are you okay? Like, am I okay? Like, are any of us okay? Because, like, I really don't know what's going on anymore. Why do we, like, do the things that we do? Like, why do we go on social media? Like, seriously, like, I like, most of the time, I don't even really know, like, why I comment on YouTube videos. Like, there's gotta be a reason, right? Like there's gotta be a reason. Because there's something inside of us that wants to communicate our ideas with others. I don't know if it's because, I think there are sometimes petty reasons, egotistical reasons. Like, maybe it's because we need to be right. Even if we know we're wrong, we have to prove to other people that we know more than them. Because, you know, heaven forbid someone is, you know, wrong on the internet. There's another part of it, I think, where I think that just people just want something to talk about. Like, even if it's something that, like, divides people, I think people just want to connect to other human beings, even if it's negative. And it's like, I think we're all so desperately lonely. And I think, like, the first step is, like, asking ourselves, like, what is the motivation for why I'm saying the things that I'm saying? Why why, like, I think it's not that you shouldn't say them. I think that the easy cop-out answer that people usually have is that, oh, you should just stop going on social media, like, go to the gym. It's like, well, you can still go to the gym. You're still going to try to, like, you know, go on the internet and prove people wrong and stuff. That's not going to change it. You can see people from all walks of life. They all go on the internet. The most successful people, the least successful people, it's a common denominator. Like, I feel like as soon as we stop kidding ourselves, then we can make some real progress. And you don't want to do this. It ruins the sound. Like, people do this all the time. They're like, because they don't know what to do with their hands whenever they're talking to a camera or a microphone. Have you ever noticed that about people? Like you know, sometimes people, like, you put a microphone on them and they try to always talk to, like, right into the microphone. They, just so you know, I'm talking, and, you know, you won't be able to hear me. You know, like, there's things that people do where they just, like, say, like, hey, yeah, man, yeah, totally, yeah, you know what, totally, you know, I get it, yeah, yeah, you know, like, clapping and, like, you know, maybe snapping, maybe a little and drink some coffee. We're actually making decaf, believe it or not. But as you know, decaf is code word for guarana, which is like twice as strong as coffee. So we're making decaf, but we're getting twice the caffeine. That's my little secret. Now, I do think that there's, like, something to be said that once you, like, truly understand, like, what your motivation is for something, that's when you can make some real progress. That's when you can say, okay, like, why do I comment so much on social media? And then you have to ask yourself, is it a good thing, or is it a bad thing, or does it not matter? What itch is it trying to scratch? Is it that you want to be right and that everyone else is wrong? Is it that you want to connect with people? And once you start asking these questions, that's when you start to really, like, make changes. Because then you're like, now I know why I'm doing something, and I can start to find, you know, more meaningful ways to express those emotions, or scratch that itch, or whatever it is. And I think, like, a lot of the problems stem from people not knowing why they're degenerates. You can be a degenerate. I don't think there's a problem with being a degenerate. There's clearly something, like, part of our human DNA that makes us degenerate, or what we call degenerate. And I think fighting it is part of the problem. Like, why are we fighting our base instincts? Like, yeah, we live in a society, okay, and, like, obviously we're not going to do crazy things like go around shooting people and doing bad things, you know, especially to children. Like, we should take care of children, and we should protect children, you know, especially because they're in a world that is way worse. And actually, no, maybe it's not way worse than it used to be. You know, I mean, in some places, yeah, like, you're going to get bombed and stuff like that, but let's just talk about, you know, like, even just, you know, in the United States, even in, like, the worst places in the United States, I still don't think it's as bad as it was, like, 1,000 years ago, where there's no real connection between disparate, like, communities. Every single community you go to is going to be like, you know, you have to, like, go out on, like, a 3-month-long journey at least. And as soon as you get to another village or whatever, they have a completely different set of rules that's completely foreign for the most part. Like, they might have some of the same food or, you know, some basic human things, but, like, you know, like, what if, like, something that's totally normal in your village, you go to another village and now you're in, like, jail, or you're going to be hung or hanged. Or, I mean, let's be real, we're all hung. You don't have to have a dick to be hung. Yeah, I don't really know. I kind of like this setup. You guys think? I do this a lot. I need somebody to talk to while I'm standing in, like, in this area, And I think now that I have like the lab mic set up, I can put the phone camera way over there, and I can talk to you guys from here. And like this is like kind of like my kind of standing up, kind of like, you know, in this household we say something like standing up person. There's only one standing up person allowed at a time in this household because, let's just face it, you can't have two people walking around here. There's just too little space. Okay, like, but you know, when there's one person who's a standing up person, you know, I can have like kind of my pulpit. You know, and I can kind of say my spiel, having these morning kind of like semi-quasi-political discussions and just kind of getting these things off my chest. You know, like sometimes, like I think this is actually going to become an almost like a mystery. I would like it to be, because this is where this is how I talk the most. Like, I mean, I'm always in my room talking to the screen, and it's like, well, why not do this thing? You know, I used to use my dad as a sounding board. That was actually, as much as I complain about my dad, there are things that I've done that are not okay. You know, like talking to him even though he's just, you know, playing his game. Although, to be fair, he's the one who decided to set up his computer in the public area. Okay, this is the kitchen. This is a public area. This is the commons. If you wanted to go have privacy, you should go to his room. But that being said, it's still kind of shitty that I would kind of use him as like a practice for my stream. Okay, I would talk to him about like stuff that's going on in the news. And here's the thing is, it's hard to talk to someone who has fundamentally different beliefs than you. It is. It is. And I think that's why it's more important than ever, especially nowadays, because we have the internet, to seek out discussions on our own terms with people who have completely opposed beliefs than we do. Isn't that what like really helps us understand each other better? Because not because you're trying to change people. I think that's like the mistake. I think it's because you owe it to yourself to strengthen your resolve so that you don't get so emotionally triggered by things. I think that's the big reason why we need to seek out conversations with people who are opposed to our opinions, so it's opposed to our beliefs, especially when it's like a deep ideological belief that is fundamentally incompatible with the other. Like if you're black and you meet someone who thinks that black people don't deserve rights, that's a fundamentally opposing belief. You can't have both at the same time. You know, without you know, violence. You know, like I think one is morally correct. I think black people are people just like white people are people. Just like, you know, I don't care who you are, you're a person. You exist here, and you have your own unique experience. Does that mean I have to be you? No, obviously not. I'm not black. You know, but, you know, I could, like, kind of put myself in the same shoes as a black person and kind of understand, like, hey, like, if every single day of my life I went to school and everybody in the school looked different than me, and I'm the only kid that looks like me. Like, that's a fundamental difference in how you're going to see the world. And, you know, for me, I was the white kid. I was different, but, like, I was still white. And so, like, I think, like, a lot of white people are afraid to talk about these things. It's called white fragility. It's a real problem because if you refuse to even think about a problem because, oh, I don't want to get canceled. Oh, that's racist. No, it's racist to not talk about this. You know why? Because in effect, if you don't think about these things, you're more likely to cause harm because you're not aware of the thought process you have. Yeah, some people might be uncomfortable. Good. You should be uncomfortable because, you know, how do you think the black kid feels when it's like he doesn't get invited to any of the birthday parties? He doesn't get, you know, like, I kind of know what that feels like from a different perspective. I was like this weird autistic kid who wasn't diagnosed because she was, well, at the time, you know, was supposed to, you know, be intelligent and didn't have any problems because, oh, well, you know how to do all the math problems. You know how to have discussions about history. You can solve. You score at least an 80% on every test you take. Like, you must not have something wrong with you. You're just a bad kid. So I was one of those quote unquote bad kids. Okay. They labeled me as a bad kid. They put me in a group that was like a therapy counseling group with like a bunch of other kids that were kind of troublemakers. None of these kids were bad. I did the thing. None of these kids are bad, right? Like they were just troubled kids who had no control over their environment. You don't know what's going on at home. You don't know like what kind of like things their parents are doing, or like what kind of other kids they're around, or like what kind of abuse is going unchecked. Because it's like, you know, I was abused by kids and there was no adult supervision. Okay, I had kids like, you know, putting me in closets and locking the door and like sitting on me and like, you know, pulling my arm and like twisting my arm and saying, oh, well, this is just what friends do. You know, I was extremely bored. There were so many things, and then they convinced me that if I complained, they wouldn't be my friend anymore. And for some reason, I know the reason, it's because I wanted to have friends. I didn't want to be alone. It's a human being. And unfortunately, I did not have the emotional strength or the adult knowledge as a child. You know, go figure, a child does not have the knowledge an adult has. I did not have the kind of knowledge that allowed me to say, no, this isn't okay. Like, I had to learn the hard way. I think what I can do is I can have TTS on like really quietly, so I know that somebody is talking. And then it'll tell me to like check the phone. I think that's the real reason to use TTS. Because a lot of the times I think it's just distracting. It kind of takes away, from like the whole mood. Because it's like, or I can just keep it up and like pop it up like this. Yeah, impossible. Thank you for letting me know about I always get worried about the sound. Like, there's always this question of like, is it too loud? Can you see me okay? Is this a good angle? Is there enough lighting? Please let me know. I really appreciate it. But you know, obviously I'm talking about like, you know, childhood trauma again. What are we even doing? I need to clean the house. And I also need to play old school runescape. Yeah, I need to. I need to play old school. If I treat it the same way, right? Because in my head, see, I think the reason why I'm starting to clean the house and stuff is because I want to make changes. I think the biggest problem is like for the longest time, I think if you truly don't care, if you truly don't care, like what your environment is like, then I don't think it would be affecting you as much as it is. And you have to really be honest with yourself. I think that's like the real, I think most people are not as honest with themselves as they think they are. I really do. I think that most people are kind of kidding themselves. Like, they say that, like, oh, you know, I don't really like working out anyway. It's like, no, you're making excuses. Like, you actually want to get healthy, and then instead of admitting that and truly latching on to the difficulty of the task, you're like, oh, you know, I don't really want it anyway. You know, I don't care about myself. Yeah, you do. You just don't want to do the work, which is fine. You know, accept that. As long as you can, you know, speak the truth. You know, like, hey, I just don't want to do the work. That's okay, because that makes it into something that can now be talked about. That makes it into something that can be, you know, worked with. You know, when you refuse to acknowledge the feelings you have, you're not just. It's almost like racism. Like, hear me out. It's almost like racism, because if you refuse to acknowledge the feelings you have, you're going to further allow yourself to go unchecked, to go further down into ignorance. ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance is an illusion. When you know things, it might be very difficult sometimes to know something. Like, as I just casually grab my own ass. Hey, I do a little bit of things that might be a little bit weird to people. It's normal to me, okay? Like, I like feeling my body up tonight. Okay? I love my body. I worked hard for it. But anyway, I don't want to, like, you know, get banned or anything. But, you know, I think it's like racism, right? Like, if you're afraid to acknowledge, it's called white fragility. It's the tendency for white people, and I'm not exempt. I've been like one of those people that's like afraid to talk about stuff because you know, oh, well, I can't talk about that because I'm white. It's like, no, like, obviously I'm not going to say the hard R N-word, okay? Like, well, first of all, because I don't want to get banned, but second of all, because it's just like, it's a really hateful, like, word. But then it's like, you could hear the thing, like, the interview with, like, what was it, Samuel L. Jackson? It's like, you know, say it. He's like, oh, I can't. He's like, say the word. And I'm like, I'm not going to say the word. Because you can't, because of, you know, you're going to get banned. But I think on a deeper level, what that means, not necessarily that literal, like, word, but the fact that you're so afraid to talk about anything related to race, that's what's perpetuating their ignorance. That's what's perpetuating racism. Because it's like, dude, if you really just talk about things, then maybe you have more empathy for other people. You know, and you're not even listening to what black people are saying. You're only caring about, oh, am I going to get canceled or not? That's not even, it's all about you, right? That's what white fragility does. It's a real thing. It's like when people are so afraid to admit that white history is rooted in colonialism, imperialism, and slavery. And obviously some people, I don't want to get too far into controversial topics. This is part of my fragility, but that's because I have a platform. I don't really want to make this into a extremely political, like, discussion. But this is a problem, and this is the bigger problem I'm going to zoom out into, which is what I was originally talking about, is people will go through slippery slope kind of automatic responses without truly, like, thinking through. This is what a lot of people do. It's really easy when you're on your phone. Some people use their phone in the toilet. That's weird. Hey, focus all your energy on the dump. Focus all the energy on the dump. You got to put effort into that. It's serious business. They call it business for a reason. Okay. But you know, it's so easy to, like, just type something into a YouTube comment, right? Like, it takes like zero effort. But I think, like, the trap people fall into, and why they kind of double and triple and quadruple down, is because people don't take the time to think about why they're saying these things, or why they believe these things. Because they say, oh, well, it's been like using, like, you know, racist people for an example, or fragile white people, or whatever. People will say, oh, but everybody owned slaves. Black people owned slaves in Africa. It's like, yeah, everybody owned slaves. It doesn't make imperialism or colonialism or slave owners. We're not trying to exempt people from that practice. That's not the thing. The thing is that chattel slavery, specifically in the United States, was more systematic and deliberate towards a very specific demographic, and it was generational. Like, it went across multiple generations. Even when slavery was abolished, you know, in Restoration, like, there was, like, it's still happening. Like, you know, over like 100 years later. Like, you know, Jim Crow laws were a thing. People were holding on to this need to control the black population for, like, to this day. And, like, to not acknowledge that, and to compare, like, and it's like when people are, like, Holocaust deniers, or like, oh, but, like, all these other people, you know, like, you know, killed way more people. It's like, dude, you don't understand. There was an ideological element to it of the specific targeting of a very specific demographic is very different than, like, just wanton destruction. Okay, I actually, I mean, it's all bad. But like one, we could say one is worse than the other. One is more sinister. Like the controlling of black people, that black people only counted as 1/3 of the vote, that women couldn't vote at all. Like, it's all part of the same root problem. Anyway, I'm kind of just rambling about this. They need people to be willing to maintain the status quo, so they spread it. Yeah, I don't even know if that's what it is. I think people are just lonely. I think in the end of the day, that's the root problem for why we all, myself included, are talking, like the fact that I'm here on camera with a microphone talking to the internet. Okay, like I'm probably worse than the vast majority of people on the internet. As far as this particular problem goes, people are just lonely. They want to know that their voice can be heard. And if you acknowledge this, I think it changes the way you interact with the internet. Now you're not like desperately searching. Now you're like, okay, why am I even saying this in the first place? Do I really believe the things I'm saying? Is it really that important that I have the right to say it? Like, yeah, I feel like people should be able to say things and have like a safety net. Like, right, obviously, you know, they're within reason. But like, people should be able to express themselves and then have like a grace period, right? Like, if someone accidentally says something and it's like some like 5-year-old kid, right? And they say the N-word. Are you gonna say the kid is racist? Like, you might say the parents are racist. I could believe that. I mean, if a kid is openly saying the hard R and slur, like there's got to be something going on at home, okay? I mean, or maybe they just they play a lot of Call of Duty, which is, you know, another problem. Why are you letting a 5-year-old kid play Call of Duty? Like, you know, it's like they blame the video games, they blame the TV. It's always the parents, actually. Like, because the parents are the ones letting them play Call of Duty. Why are you letting a 5-year-old have an iPhone? Like, why are you letting them play Call of Duty? Like, why are you letting them watch R-rated movies? That sounds like a you problem, not like media or social media, or like, dude, social media was created. It just is. Okay, the people who inhabit it are the ones that are creating the problem. So it's like, if we get rid of social media, people are just gonna find another way to do it. And it's gonna be. I think it's never. I don't think social media has never not existed. I don't think social media is a new thing. I think it's just an evolution of something that already was, which is people are just, they want their voice to be heard. They want someone to acknowledge their existence. Especially, like, there's a loneliness epidemic. And now for all the incels out there, I'm going to talk to you. There's a male loneliness epidemic. The reason why you hate the world, it's not your fault. All you have to do is take this pill, this red pill, that says it's not your fault that you're lonely and that all of your actions, you don't have to be held accountable for them. It's all those hoes. It's hoflation. It's because you don't work out. It's because you watch too much porn. That's why. It's not your fault. You don't have to take any accountability. You just have to be mad at everyone else. And you're perfect, just the way you are. You don't have to change at all. And you know, the fucked up part is a lot of these same people that will turn around and they say the same exact criticism of you're not taking accountability to like fat people, or to like, you know, quote unquote ugly people, or like whatever that is, it's subjective. Or they'll like about LGBTQ people, or like dude, you're doing the same exact thing that they're doing, or that you're accusing them of doing. Everybody's doing the same goddamn thing. We're all humans. We're the same. We're delusional because we have to. It's survival. If you're not delusional, we wouldn't have invented fire. Like, you know, the ability to make fire and cultivate fire. Or we wouldn't have invented cooking. We wouldn't have invented the airplane. Okay? If we weren't delusional, we would not survive, because our evolution is specifically made to survive. And the fact that we're modifying things at a biological level, we're getting to the point where we won't need male and female anymore. We're becoming one gender. I think in a million years, there's not going to be any gender. We're just going to be like a neutral, like, existence. and we can make our physical form whatever we want it to be. That's when dragons are going to come true. People are going to take the form of a dragon because they have their computer that designs it, and then they put their consciousness into that robot. That's going to be the future. There's going to be no gender. There's going to be one gender, which is human. And like, we're basically getting rid of the biological part of our lives. I think we should embrace it. That's what we've always been. We're cyborgs. In fact, the fact that I have a phone right here and a computer in there and like a phone camera, that is already cyborg status. I am not just my biology. I am also my computer. I am also connected to the internet. Like, I'm literally jacked in. You know? But maybe it's time to jack off. Take that clip out of context. You said racist things when I was young. I didn't understand. I didn't have any exposure to diversity. I have to hate for anyone based on race. Oh, I have no hate for anyone based on race. I regret that I didn't know. But I mean, here's the thing. It's like, forgiveness. You can't change the past. Just like, we all need to forgive ourselves for our past behavior. I've made a lot of fucked up decisions in my life. But you know what what wasn't fucked up? Was when I faced it and I said, I need to make a change. Because a lot of people do not do that. And there's a lot of people like that we will encounter in our lives. And we can't expect people to be on the same playing field as we are. Not all of us are the same. We're all on a different part of our journey. And I think we have to recognize that we kind of need some level of, like, not uniformity, but we need some kind of level of harmony. That we need to understand, like, how to keep ourselves emotionally distanced from people who aren't ready to have the conversations we're having. Because a lot of the times, people just aren't where you are. They're in a different stage. You might say it's an earlier stage. You might say they're just in a different phase or whatever. People are in different states of existence. And if you have the same conversation with two different people, they're going to have completely different responses to it. And, like, I think we need to recognize that and emotionally distance ourselves from our internet comments. And it doesn't mean we shouldn't comment. I think it's important to express ourselves because it helps us understand our thinking. That's why I'm streaming in the first place. That's why I'm saying these things out loud while I'm having my coffee. I'm probably talking increasingly faster as time goes on. It's because I'm trying to work my brain. I'm trying to understand what my beliefs are, what my thoughts are, and I'm putting it out there in the void of the internet, and people are going to react to it how they do. And I think emotionally detaching yourself from how people react, I think that's key to happiness, because their reaction to you has nothing to do with you. Now, you should be able to, like, kind of say, okay, maybe this person has a point, but you respond to it on your terms. As soon as what somebody else is saying makes you angry, and as soon as it drives you to like, getting, like, visibly angry or violent even, then you have to really question, like, why you're doing what. Okay, it's 12 p.m. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really know anything. I'm just dumb. Yeah, like, I just think there's so many things that people don't understand, including me. But I have a pattern of kind of being reminded that I know a lot more than most people. And it's not that I'm better, it's that, like, if I have the assumption that people know everything that I know when I'm talking to them, I'm basically being an asshole. Because it's like, well, if that person doesn't know the things I know, why would I be mad at them for not knowing them? They have to get there. And it's my job then, if I want a better world, not to criticize people, not to end the conversation. It's my job to try to approach the conversation in a better way. That, like, you know, I need to help this person. I need to lead this person to the truth. And I don't even fully know the truth. We're both on the way to the truth together. They're not our enemies. They're just people who are, like, arrived to different answers than you. And maybe one person is right. I like that meme where it shows the two people arguing over whether it's a 6 or a 9. And it's trying to say that, like, oh, we can all have our opinions. And then I saw another version of the meme where it crossed that out and it said, no, there is a definitive answer. And this is the problem, is that we aren't, there's no such thing as we are all entitled to our opinions. Like, yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, but most opinions, in fact, are going to be wrong. There is a definitive answer. It is either a 6 or it is a 9. One person is right and one person is wrong. And it's, if you fail to recognize that, you're basically saying, oh, it could be either. No, it's not. It's one or the other. Now, it might be a little bit more nuanced. Like, I think it's ridiculous to say for a fact that there are only 2 genders. That is because gender is a really kind of more of a social construct. To say beyond a shadow of a doubt that you know for a fact there are only 2 genders, when there are people who identify as non-binary, clearly there is more than 2. If there are people who identify as different ones, right? So, like, it's a social phenomenon. Honestly, we're not born with a gender at all. We're born with not even an understanding of what we are. Do we even really know what we are now? We say we are, like, oh, I'm a human, I'm a man, or I'm a woman, or I'm a non-binary person. None of these are real. These are all imaginary hallucinations we've had because we're trying to make sense of the world around us. If we want to truly go down to objective reality, we're just floating bags of water. Like, we're just a bunch of random atoms, like, situated in such a way that allows this mental process to happen. We're not anything. We're just electrical signals interpreted by your brain. Okay, we could be a Boltzmann brain, right? Like, it's actually statistically more likely, rather than having a whole entire organically created planet in a solar system with the sun distanced from it, the perfect Goldilocks amount to allow this life, in a random giant void in a galaxy, among a giant void of the universe, it's statistically more likely that we're just a single brain that spontaneously came into existence for like 1 second or something, and everything that we know is a memory that came into existence as is. It's statistically more likely that that's the truth than what the reality is. Like, the reality is that we're, like, organically created, and, like, we kind of came from existence from... It's beautiful, right? To acknowledge how rare it is beautiful. But it's also statistically more likely that we're a Boltzmann brain. And it's also statistically more likely that we're in a simulation than the base reality. Because there's infinitely more simulations, because you can have a base reality, and then you have an infinite number of subsystems. You can have a simulation within a simulation within a simulation, and there's only one base reality. One out of infinity. Because every single simulation that gets created can potentially create another simulation. So that means that there's an infinite number of simulations, and there's only one base reality. So it's statistically more likely that we're in a simulation. So, like, you know, acknowledging these things, what even is gender? It's something we made up. And it's like, yeah, we have a biological, like, okay, there is like a male type, there's a female type, there's insemination. Eventually, we're going to get rid of that. And I just saw the mouse scurry by. Yeah, there's a mouse in the house. I'm calling him Brimpton. Brimpton is the new house pet, I guess. I put out like this poison. It's not poison, but it's like this like high gluten like uh, bait that like is supposed to like, you know, tie up its like GI tract or whatever. I think it's like too smart, and I'm actually kind of impressed now. If Brenton survives, I think he deserves to live because he's smart. Like it's just a mouse scurrying around the house, chewing on random things. Hey, like I'm gonna be moving out of here soon, so I don't really care. I mean, I hope so, but you know, so it's like there's this mouse in the house now. Now, what's even going on? I'm gonna put my old camera box up. Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna be playing some old school RuneScape. Okay? Yeah, I was just testing out the new microphone. You know, now I can do setups like that easily. That's kind of cool. We might do some cleaning later, but maybe we're gonna take today off just to do some chilling and gaming. We can have that set up out there. You know, like, oh, you know what I can do? Like, I can even, like, put the magnet on, like, a string or of some sort to make sure it doesn't get lost. So, yeah, that would be useful. Yeah, see, like it's got like this. I think this little treasure box like recharges it. And then you can recharge the treasure box. That's kind of cool. Yeah, and if we want to switch back to camera, I can just set up that set up my phone again. Basically, really liking where things are going with like my stream setup and all that. Like I've been like trying to like, you know, refine it over the years just to make it so I don't have to think about it. That's like the big deal. Because it's like if I have to think about it, then it's like kind of defeats the purpose of it. Okay. Let's open up the Jagex launcher. And we're going to get back into training agility, okay? Most exciting high-octane content you can possibly think of. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, I think it's just like, it's kind of a background to like, so I'm on a free world,
And if you start out on a free world, I mean, if you start out on a members world and then you climb the rooftops, you can continue to train agility a little bit, even if you're on a free world. We're on a free world right now, and yet I'm doing the agility course because I logged off on the roof. But as soon as I get down, I'm not going to be able to get back up. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, you must be a members world to do that. It only worked. They only do the members world check on the rough wall to get up there. They actually allow you to continue doing the agility course if you're already up there. That's kind of silly. Why don't they do the check on all of them? Well, I guess because it allows you to get down in case you like lost your membership or something. That makes sense. They don't want to trap people up there forever until they have to pay. Like that would be maybe that's why. That makes sense, right? Because if you were up there and then you logged out and you hadn't played for like a month or whatever and you canceled your membership, and then you decided to log back on and you're on a free world, it at least allows you to get down and you're not going to be trapped up on the rooftop. That would suck. Like, really bad. Oh my goodness. Yeah, how long are we going to stream today? We've already been streaming for 46 minutes. It means I was talking about nonsense for 45 minutes, basically. Yeah, I mean, like, when I was young, you know, Kim Passable, like, I said transphobic things. I don't know if you're still here, but, you know, I said transphobic things when I was young. Like, you know, it clearly changed. I mean, I'm trans. I got surgery. Like, I mean, so it's like, I don't know if it's impossible, Kim Passable, impossible, Kim Passable, Kim Possible. I don't know if it's impossible for a trans person, not, you know, to be transphobic. I think it's possible for trans people to say transphobic things. I think fundamentally you can't be transphobic. Well, I don't know. There's like, people talk about like black people who are like racist against black people. So, I don't know. It's definitely possible. Am I a transphobe? I don't feel like a transphobe, so I don't think I'm a TERF. Yeah, anyway, enough about that nonsense. Because it is nonsense in the end of the day, right? Like, really, if you... all these, like, discussions we get heated about, right? Like, as people. If you took them out of our lives, is it really going to make our lives worse? It's probably going to make our lives better. But, a lot of the times I think people are just, like... they're so emotionally attached to their beliefs that they just like they're so when somebody like goes against it, it just like attacks them as a person. And it's like, yeah, you're backed into a corner if that's how your like survival is. If somebody disagreeing with you threatens your survival, that's when you're gonna start getting, you know, a panic attack. So it's really normal for if somebody says something that goes against your fundamental worldview, it's gonna make you feel attacked. If it's a huge part of your identity, like if you know, being your specific, you know, identity, like if you're like evangelical Christian, you know, like all that kind of stuff, if that's a fundamental part of your identity, then anyone who talks about atheism or talks about different religions or, you know, talks about like if you're like actual like part of like a evangelical like Christian where they're like against gay people and all that kind of stuff, someone who attacks that or even questions it is going to fundamentally go against your identity, which is going to make you feel backed into a corner. It's going to make you feel like you're attacked. So that's why people get so emotional. And even when it doesn't matter how many objective facts you give these people, because you've already activated their defense mechanism. And yeah, you could say they're pretty dumb for like not thinking, but like it's probably happened to you as well in a different way. And of course, there's going to be people who say, oh, but why are you defending them? Because they're human. Because I would want somebody to defend me if I made a mistake, or if I said something that I didn't quite understand, or if I was saying something hateful, or like, you can't know what you don't know. But of course, you know, sometimes I get met, especially online, every now and then, there's somebody who is absolutely furious that I would like defend somebody who's like saying like transphobic things or something. It's like, no, I'm not defending what they say. I'm defending the person. There's a difference. That's a human being. That could be you. It probably was you, especially if you're trans. You probably had deeply, you know, internalized transphobic beliefs before you came to the realization. Like, why do you think you're fixated on it so much, right? Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for caring about another person. I feel like it's a really weird hill to die on. We need to be angry at this person because they voted for Trump. We need to hate this person. It's like, no, like that's exactly like the wrong kind of thinking. Like that's the same thinking that they have, that you accuse them of having. It's the same exact goddamn thing. You don't help someone by making their life worse. You help someone by, you know, helping them. And there's this like weird slippery slope kind of like tribal mentality that if somebody doesn't have the same opinion you have, that they're somehow evil and that they need to be destroyed, even if they change. It's like, no, they were once a racist, so that means that I will never forgive them. Like, it sounds like you're projecting. You need to forgive yourself. Because, like, if you can't forgive other people, how are you ever supposed to forgive yourself for whatever mistakes you may have made? And that's the root of the problem, really. People are projecting at their own lack of agency, and instead of trying to help the world, they just want to punish people that they don't like. They're like, oh, I don't like MAGA people. Well, yeah, because they're very dangerous people. They're like, disrupting our entire democracy. Like, yeah, that's a problem. Acknowledging that there's a problem, but then also understanding that there is a human being behind those opinions. That was, they got there we need to acknowledge that they're human, because if we don't, we're not allowing like this ability to change. Like, we're basically saying that people are fundamentally wrong and that nothing they do will ever change that, and that we should just hate people and punish them. And if people got their way, they would do that to you. So the very people that you're angry at, you're practicing the same thing that if they got their way, they would put an end to you. So are you going to just do the same exact thing to them? It's just ridiculous. Like, and it just pushes people further away. I don't know why people are so unwilling to acknowledge, you know, continuing to like say the same things over and over and over, expecting a different result. It just keeps pushing people further away from the LGBT cause of like just basic acceptance, access to healthcare. That's all we want. But then some people want something else. They want revenge. They want, you know, this weird vindictive system where they punish people they don't like. Like, that's like really bad. Why would you want that? And I get it. Like, the same way I get those people who are extremely racist, I also get the people who are extremely like violent leftists. That like those people are also, they arrived at that position because they feel so hopeless in their own lives, and it's like the same root cause. People are so tired and they're in debt, they can't afford groceries, they can't take care of anything. That's the root problem. Because if you solve all those problems, it's a lot harder to be racist. And then it's like you can really sort out the real racists when you give them, you know, basic needs, when you give people money. If you see people who are like billionaires being racist, you know they're racist because they have no excuse. They have no like deeper need that they're avoiding. Like, they have a different kind of deeper need. They need like spiritual like love and support. They need like some kind of awakening. Because if you see that like some people are deserving of love but others aren't, and it's not about like behavior or anything, it's like about inherently like this person was born a certain skin color, so that makes them bad. And it's like that, like, what the hell brought you to that belief in the first place? And I want you to not have that belief because it's hurting you. And you might not think it is because you're like, oh, I have freedom of speech. It's like, no, like, it's hurting you. The fact that you have to that loudly proclaim that you have the right to say that, like, normal people don't have to constantly fight every day, like, to like exist. So if you have to fight that hard, I don't think it's real. I think it's some story you told yourself. I don't think the racism is real. I think it's something that you're using as a coping mechanism to avoid the hard work of doing something. And you're using it as an excuse. You're using it as like some boogeyman to externalize your problems. And you're not doing the hard work of facing reality within yourself. And so it's like this internal work problem. And obviously you can't make people do that, but I think waking people up, you know, like I have my own problems I've been waking up to, you know, and continue to. You know, facing reality is like a big deal. And, you know, just because you're facing reality doesn't mean you have to accept reality. I think that's what people misconstrue it. They think that accepting reality means you have to give up. No, it's the opposite. Accepting reality means you know what you're working with. You know, like the playing field. It doesn't make it impossible, it makes it more likely to succeed. But when you refuse to accept reality, you're basically putting your head in the sand going, la 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 la. Like, that's just childish, and that's gonna make your life worse because you're gonna have more and more reality checks, and there's gonna be a point where you're just digging yourself deeper and deeper and deeper. And I don't think it's impossible to get out of, but like, why give yourself more work? You know, you should be wanting to do less work. You know, like, I had to accept the reality that I needed to transition and that I wouldn't feel happy just, you know, people said, why don't you just be gay? Why don't you just be a gay man? And I'm like, but I'm not a gay man. And this has nothing to do with like whether I'm attracted to men or women. Like, this is something else. Like, I need surgeries. Like, this is not okay if I keep it as it is. And I had to recognize that the reason I want surgeries is multifaceted, and recognizing the reality that it's not like black and white, but that there's a huge part of it is that if I don't get the surgeries, it's going to be a lot harder for people to accept my gender. And you could argue all you want that the, you know, gender is like, you know, a construct and all that, but it doesn't matter because people are still going to perceive you. The vast majority of people are either going to see you as male or female. And if you're upset that people are considering you as a male and you're a female, then maybe do something about it. Like get a surgery or 2 or 3. You know, maybe take hormones, you know, well, in order to get surgery, you have to start hormones. You know, like start hormones. Like, you know, do stuff to make yourself look more like your gender, because if that bothers you, no amount of shouting into the void is going to stop people from having the beliefs they have. So I can't change other people, but I can change myself. And you could argue, oh, you shouldn't have to. I kind of agree, because I think that we should live in a more accepting world, and that you shouldn't have to feel like you're not who you are, and you shouldn't have to defend who you are on a daily basis. But if you're that tired of it, you should work hard to get rid of it. Because if you don't, you're not going to get what you want. If you're truly dealing with gender dysphoria, I want you to get rid of it. I want you to deal with it. You know, and also, I think if other people accepted you for who you are, you're not doing yourself any favors. Because if you only deal with other people, then you're giving yourself this false reality. Like, maybe you're not trans, maybe you just wanted social acceptance, and maybe that's enough of an acceptance for you. It might not be, but like, if you put all of your happiness and acceptance into what other people think about you, then if people start to affirm you all the time, and you're just like, oh, well, I don't have to get surgery, I don't have to do that. Well, now you're doing yourself a disservice, because you know that you need surgery. And instead of doing the hard work to get there, you're just like, oh, but what if everyone just accepts me as I am? Well, you know, I think it's good that I don't, you know, if that's the case, then you never needed surgery in the first place. If you could be who you are without any changes to your body, then, you know, then you don't really need them. I think the real test is if you are completely affirmed and then you still need it, that's how you know you need it. So I think if you really want people to, you know, I think people are like, got it backwards. They got it twisted. If you are concerned with children making permanent decisions about their body, what you really need to do is just affirm them. Because think about it this way. If a kid starts dressing up as a dinosaur and pretending to be a dinosaur, well, you could kind of just play into it, and eventually they're going to catch up. You know, reality's going to catch up to them. They're not a dinosaur. But if you just like kind of like ignore it and like don't talk about it and like pressure them not to do it, they might even double down on it. Because then they're like, they may not even identify as a dinosaur, but now they're identifying as a dinosaur just to make you mad. So if you truly want people to not make mistakes, just affirm for who they are, because if it's real, it's going to last a lot longer than your affirmations. If somebody isn't trans and you affirm them, they're eventually going to say, hey, I'm not trans, because it's going to bother them. So if you really want to find out who is and isn't trans, the best thing you can do is to affirm them, because it's gonna either affirm who they are one way or the other. Because they're going to know what makes them comfortable and uncomfortable. If living as a woman, people say, oh, but you're too young, how are you supposed to know? It's like, no, they know. And it's been proven. And it's been proven like through like deliberate research that like aversion therapy or whatever, the conversion therapy, it does way more harm than good, and it just doesn't work. And also, you want to go back to a system that we already know doesn't work, because that's what it was like for trans people for like all time, until more recently when we started affirming people and understanding that if we affirm people, we let them figure it out on their own. It gives them a more conducive space to figure out what they need. Because if they aren't trans, they're going to get uncomfortable with you affirming their gender. And you can do this with anybody. If you go up to a child and they're a boy and you tell them they're a girl and that they can't do things that boys do, you know, like, they're going to get, they're going to have a problem with that. Okay, it's a fundamental part of your identity. So like, if you're truly worried about people detransitioning, then I know it's counterintuitive, but the absolute best thing you can do is just be there for them and affirm it. Like, say, okay, like, what pronouns do you want to use? Like, I know it's hard for people to swallow that pill, but it's reality. Because that's what we found with scientific evidence. And I don't know. I don't know why I'm going in circles about this. The more I talk about it, the more I'm inviting people to just go slippery slope. And it's a never-ending cycle. It's so annoying. It's so annoying that people just don't want to listen to reality. And, you know, at what point is it my fault, you know, for expecting people to change, you know, like, but I kind of have some skin in the game. You know, I need people to accept me or I'm not going to be able to succeed. But I think the answer is more like I should find people who already accept me first and pay attention to them. But obviously, you know, like, people are going to come in and they're going to have questions, and like, I'm going to do my best to answer them. And then at some point, there's a difference between somebody genuinely wanting to have a discussion, and then it's like kind of obvious that someone just, they're in a different stage. They're not going to change their minds. They don't want their mind to be changed. They just want to troll. Okay, so it's really important that, like, it's like a never-ending discussion. It's a never-ending search for truth of some sort. Whatever that might be. Yeah, I don't particularly really know, like, all the time, like, what to talk about. I think I just default to those things. So it's like, not that they're, like, you know, shouldn't be talked about, or that it's like not something that I should talk about. I think it's like, it's more so the reason why I want to find more variety is because I that's it. Like, I want to find more variety in, like, what I talk about. I don't want to be just stuck on one single topic. And as a trans person, it seems to be like you're pigeonholed, and I don't want that. I want to kind of try to do my best to avoid being pigeonholed into those same discussions. I think, you know, people are tired of it. And, you know, whether you think they should or shouldn't be, like, you know, reacting to trans people in such a negative way, I think, you know, I think it's just like, as soon as you start, like, I think it's like, setting search agility. Oh, they're talking to someone else. Okay, yeah, I think it's just like, I don't think it's my fault, but at the same time, I also think that, like, it's very important to recognize that I think the reason why so many trans people tend to talk about trans issues is because we get pigeonholed into it. And so if you truly are tired of the woke agenda, maybe stop being so aggressive against us. We want to be normal. The people who are perpetuating these discussions are not us. We get backed into a corner, and I can't avoid it. I can't change that I'm trans. Like, I can't. And so it's like, you're basically you're putting me into an impossible situation. that you basically want me to not exist. You want me to not be on the internet. You want me to not pursue a life. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to live my life. I'm going to try to make a successful life. And, you know, I just like, you know, I really wish that people would kind of like understand that the very things they're angry about are things that they caused. Especially with like the anti-trans agenda. All the things that the anti-trans agenda is so worried about, especially about children, they have no fundamental understanding of the reality of trans medicine. Because all the things that they're worried about are what's already like being addressed. That's why we have standards of care. Like, are you serious? Like, do you really think that doctors just want to be woke? Like, dude, they care about their patients. They definitely care about children. But I know that like people have these like slippery slope beliefs. They think that if you just whisper into a child's ear that they're somehow going to like change their gender. It's like, no, like it's not that. It's the opposite. It's that people are whispering in people's ears to not be who they are. So the things that you're already worried about have already been happening, but in the opposite direction. And you want more of that? It's kind of telling, actually, that people project what they're already used to. Oh, I summoned a genie, I guess. What does the genie do? Oh, I got a lamp. What does the lamp do? Choose a set you wish to be advanced. Nice. Just gives you some stats. XP. Yeah, and I don't know what, I don't have to solve all the world's problems. I think that's another deal. I think it's like when you are like on like stream and you're like on camera and you're talking, I think there's like something that happens where you feel like you have to address all the world's problems. I can't fix the world. I can't fix racism. I can't fix transphobia. You know, I can just be myself and try to make a better life for myself. But like what people don't seem to understand is that some people are basically asking me to just accept that people are transphobic and that I shouldn't pursue my life because they say, oh, why are you trying to force your ideology? It's like, no, I'm just trying to exist. You're trying to force your ideology. Pretty much every single person on this planet is trying to force their ideology, the ideology of the self. You're basically pushing the agenda of the fact that you exist, no matter who you are, onto everyone else. So like, how is it any different? And I think people, the more people realize that we're all pretty much doing the same goddamn thing, the less, you know, vitriol there'll be. Like, hey, just get off my back. I think that's the biggest problem. And I think more so than any logical argument, more so than any kind of like debate or whatever that people might have, the fact that I have to defend my existence is really the annoying part. Like, what do you want from me? You want me to give up on my life? You want me to stop existing? You want me to not succeed? Like, that's an impossible ask. I'm not gonna do that. Like, what do you want from me? Like, get off my back. Like, that's the biggest thing that's going on. That anytime a trans person makes any kind of progress in the world, everyone seems to have this big giant problem. Like, no matter what you think of any given like influencer or whatever, it doesn't even matter. Like, you know, like the fact that a trans person can't be a model for a big company. Oh, you know, they should stick to LGBT brands. Like, dude, like that's like asking like a black person to only do like be on black TV, or like, you know, it's like, dude, like it's like, it's ridiculous. Like somehow acknowledging that someone has talent and that someone belongs in the industry is somehow some crazy political agenda. And it's just frustrating because it keeps on getting, it seems to just be feeding into further and further exclusion. That we don't want to influence the children to be trans, and so if we put trans people on TV, it's gonna say that it's okay to be trans. It's like, yeah, it is okay to be trans. The fact that you think it's not okay says more about you than it does about any other external reality. That you have these assumptions that somehow being trans is a problem. And that we should, it's like something that you should avoid talking about. They said the same thing about gay people. And you know, they even said the same thing about black people. Oh, you can't do that. You can't listen to jazz music. That's black. Like, it's the same goddamn thing. And I'm so sick and tired of it. It's so fucking annoying. And I just wish people would get the fuck off my back and give me some opportunities to succeed. You know, I'm trying to do my best to find those opportunities and, you know, to make things happen. Like I said earlier, I don't want to make excuses. I want to face reality and do what I can. You know, there's more I could be doing, and I know that. But at the same time, it's really discouraging when you see people like Dylan Mulvaney do one single thing with like Bud Light making like a promotional can with her face on it, and people are like, oh, what's wrong with Bud Light? They're promoting the transgenderism. It's like, dude, like, calm the fuck down. Would you be that upset if instead of, you know, if you know, like, there's people who wouldn't be upset that they put, you know, like people, if it's somebody they like, they don't have a problem. But because they don't like trans people, they think that we're gross, they think we're some kind of perversion or whatever. Like, it's just all based on a lie. Like, what do you want me to do? I can't capitulate to you because it's not true. You want me to be male? That's not going to be true, ever. And so it's like people say, oh, I'm not going to give in to your delusion. There's only male and female, and you're assigned those at birth, and that's not changeable. Like, dude, you want me to capitulate to you, and that's not going to happen. And so basically, we reach an impasse where nobody is winning. And I'm just sick and tired of it. Can we just stop this nonsense and just get the fuck over it already and deal with the real problem? Those damn robots. The clankers, okay? Yeah, you know, today we might, instead of doing a cleaning stream, we could go on an IRL stream. I haven't gone an IRL stream in a couple weeks. So I don't know. I need to get some exercise. That's like a big deal. I mean, cleaning is kind of exercise. I guess cleaning is exercise, right? Yeah, maybe I should stop procrastinating. We should do some cleaning today. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a really frustrating problem. And I think, like, the biggest problem is that, you know, it works so many different ways. Because it's so easy for me to just sit here and complain. And there is some truth to it. But also, I'm also saying that I'm not getting opportunities, but then I am actively trying to make opportunities for myself, but I could be doing more. And so, like, I think it's not as black and white as I think it is. So it's like, it works on, like, you know, so many different angles. Because it's like, yeah, there is a sense that, like, transphobia is preventing trans people from succeeding, but also, I think regardless of whether there's transphobia or not, I need to pave my way anyway. Because there are successful trans people in media. There are celebrities who are trans. And I think I got a good shot. But what I'm sick and tired of is that it has to be one way or the other. That I have to either just be an LGBTQ content creator or I have to be a non-LGBTQ. It's like, that's an impossible situation. Because basically you're saying that I can never be quote unquote normal. And that I only have to stream with all, you know, to capitulate to an entire mob of, like, just, if I say anything that the LGBTQ community doesn't like, then my career is over. That's dumb. Okay, like, I'm not very politically correct. And I think the idea of politically correctness is inherently racist. Because it's basically picking and choosing based on whatever some mob decides is correct, because it changes all the time, right? What's politically correct now wasn't that way 10 years ago. And so when you're like, you're building a house of cards, and it's not helping the cause, it's not making people less transphobic. If anything, I don't think it's as extreme as like people make it out to be, but you know, to an extent, it's pushing people further and further away from our cause. Because they're like, oh, it's so annoying. It's another LGBTQ person. They're just, like, going to be crying about pronouns, or, you know, like, the reason people have those opinions, and I'm not saying you should, like, you know, just be quiet about it, you know, quite the opposite. But I think understanding that you can't change people's minds by forcing them. You know, just like, you know, holding up a gun to someone's head and telling them not to be racist is not going to make them not racist. Holding up a gun to someone's head and saying, you better gender me correctly, that should not be what you want. You should be able to just be who you are. And yeah, some people are gonna have a problem with it. And, you know, like, you're gonna have to deal with that. It's the reality of being trans. I don't wanna, like, you know, slice it. I don't wanna sugarcoat it for anyone. You're not going to have an easy time if you come out as trans, but what you are going to have is respect for yourself. It's real. What you are going to have is you're going to feel good about yourself. You're going to love your body because you hate your body, and you're going to hate your body even more if you externalize all that and you want other people to capitulate to you when you're not doing the work to, you know, do what you can to deal with the dysphoria. Having other people change is a losing battle. Your happiness hinges on whether other people stop being transphobic. That's a losing battle because there's always going to be transphobic people, just like there's always going to be racist people. In a perfect world, we would be able to have a lot more harmony and people would be a lot more open-minded, but you can't force that on people. You can't hold a gun to someone's head and tell them to have more empathy. You have to allow that to happen, and it's not up to anyone but the individual. You basically have to kind of create a space where it's more likely for them to have empathy. And you're not going to do that by being violent. You're not going to be doing that by holding up a gun to someone's head. If you say these things that I don't like, we're not going to allow you on our platform. Like, yeah, there's a certain extent of free speech for the platform that says, hey, we don't want certain speech. Like, I get that. But, like, I feel like there is, like, kind of like a point where it's like some people are just playing favorites. Hey, welcome back, Cars the Penguin. I do think there's a certain level of, like, a lack of ability to accept that there is a level of individual responsibility to improve your situation. And it's like, if I don't like this whole like LGBTQ mob thing. I also don't like that people who are against anti-LGBTQ, like anti-trans, they seem to think it's a monolith. It's not. I'm a trans woman, and I'm telling you right now, I'm sick and tired of it. And it's not because it's a woke mob or whatever. No, it's because it's a group of people who have basically pigeonholed every single trans person into, like, as soon as you come out as trans, you have no choice but to be labeled a specific way because a large group of people have made it impossible to have it any differently. I don't know how. There's a better agility course? Where? Where's the better agility course? Yeah, I don't know. I'm probably going to get canceled at some point because I have these beliefs, but I'm sick and tired of it. And I'm saying it as a trans woman. I'm not trying to capitulate to the you know, the conservatives or whatever people might accuse me of being. This is my own belief, and it's because of reality. I am sick and tired of being afraid to speak my mind because the trans people in the world are going to have a problem with me and not accept me because I'm making them uncomfortable. And if I, a trans woman, am feeling uncomfortable about certain things, then what do you think cisgender people feel? Like, think about it. If you're creating an environment where people are afraid to speak their mind, people are gonna feel like just uncomfortable. People are gonna feel annoyed. People are gonna feel like they can't say anything. And it's like, yeah, I feel a little bit like, you know, the fact that even as I'm saying this, I'm feeling like I'm destroying my career. Or chances at a career. More so. Is the agility course you're talking about over here? Varrock? Oh, you have to go up by levels. Okay. Yeah, Varrock. Well, now I have to go to Canifis. Or I can go to Varrock. So you thinking I should go to Canifis or Varrock? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I should probably go back to Lumbridge to get there. Yeah, I don't know. See, I'm doing the thing where I'm kind of like, it's so easy to like keep talking about the same thing, and it's like you're making yourself angry for no reason. I'm not really making myself angry, but also there's really no reason why I constantly have to be talking about this. I think it's also kind of like, it's also just the fact that I feel like I have no choice but to talk about this. It feels like you get pigeonholed into these conversations because I'm a trans person. It's like I have to talk about these issues because it's like the world doesn't seem to want me to be any other way. It wants to see me as, you know, like, oh, you're a trans person, and so that means that you have to be woke. And I'm sick and tired of this either or, like, black and white thinking. Like, why am I not just allowed to just be a person? And like, when I try to be a person, it's like I can't win. In order to make it within the LGBTQ like content space, I have to be super like kindergarten class, holding everybody's hand, singing Kumbaya. I have to like, you know, oh, I can't say this word, I can't say this. Everybody's equal. It has to be this like kindergarten class. I hate that bullshit. It's so annoying. Like, dude, like, why can't I'm like, you know, be a comedian? Why can't I say things that are funny and not be canceled? Like, oh, you can't say that. You can't say that. You can't make that joke. Oh, that's disgusting. It's like, dude, like, stop policing what I can or can't say. Like, I understand if something's just not funny because it's not funny. Like, that's a different story. But, like, I constantly hate how I have to feel like I have to basically constantly curate what I can and can't say all the time. Or I'm not going to be able to make it as a content creator because I'm trans, and I'm not going to be able to, you know, quote unquote, be a normal, like, you know, content creator. I have to be a trans content creator. And because I'm not politically correct, I can't be a trans content creator either. That you're basically backing me into a possible situation where either I have to treat everyone like I'm in a kindergarten class, or I have to have like no viewers. And it's like, I'm sick and tired of this. And the problem is if I am being inauthentic and I am just capitulating to people, that's also like not, you know, that's inauthentic. I'm gonna be my authentic self, and if I'm gonna make some off-color jokes that's gonna offend people, I don't fucking care. If people laugh, it's not making them a bad person, okay? If I'm gonna say something and somebody's gonna have a problem with it, like, you know, I'm not gonna change who I am just to capitulate people, and you wouldn't want that anyway. Because then it's fake. I wouldn't want anybody to do that. And I think this is I'm sick and tired of this, like, that's when people, this is why people talk about the woke mob, because it is kind of like a mob. Like, it's a whole bunch of people holding up their hands at their chest like, oh, you can't say that joke. That's not acceptable. And they're constantly waiting and waiting and waiting for people to just slip up so that they could cancel them. And I'm sick and tired of that really disgusting mentality. That's not what we should want. Like, if you're a trans person, you should be wanting to be treated like a normal person. You shouldn't be wanting to be treated like, oh, there's a trans person, I have to be careful what I have to say around her. I better not misgender her on accident. I better not say this joke. She might find it offensive. You shouldn't want that. Like that is not being treated with dignity. You're not even being respected at that point. People are just afraid of you. How is anyone gonna feel comfortable including you in any kind of activity? Why would anyone want to do content with you? I didn't really make an offensive joke lately. I'm just trying to say, like, if even I, a transgender woman, am afraid of getting canceled. And I'm not super afraid of getting canceled because, like, let's be real, there is like a double standard. But if even I'm afraid of getting canceled, have some empathy for a cisgender person out there who may have only met like one transgender person in their entire life, who doesn't really know like what's going on and doesn't understand, like, and is only just now starting to have the conversations that you know, we've as trans people have, like, lived and gone through those questions actively. How do you think that person is going to feel when they feel like they have to constantly guard what they can and can't say? That if, is that trans person? Oh, what pronouns do I use? I don't want to get canceled. I don't want to get canceled. Let's just not even include that person. Let's not even hire that person. Because I don't, that's what happens, right? People are so afraid of having trans people in the workplace because they don't want to get canceled. And it's creating a feedback loop where trans people are not given the opportunity to succeed. And then it continually creates this environment of ignorance. You're not allowing people to learn and grow. You're not allowing people to make mistakes. What was Miss Frizzle famous for saying? Take chances, make mistakes, get messy or whatever. Mix Frizzle. Take chances, make mistakes, get messy. Yeah, have empathy for uninformed people, because you were uninformed at one point too. I'm trans. At one point, I was extremely transphobic. Like when I was a teenager, okay? Like that's what led up to finally understanding what it was. Where the hell is the agility course here? Okay. There it is. I guess this is this the better agility course? I've been using Draenor and I'm level 43 now. I got to level 43 in Draenor. I'm such a loser. And it's like, I think that, like, as soon as we stop allowing people to learn, that's when we suffer. And it's like, it doesn't mean you have to be harassed, obviously, but, I feel like there needs to be some give and take. Like, if we want to be treated like normal people, then we have to allow people to be normal. And we have to accept that sometimes we're going to be uncomfortable. Like, I'm also like, I think there's also a level of like white fragility, especially if you're white. Oh, so the more items you carry, the faster it drains. Okay. Yeah, and like the armor I'm wearing, because I'm carrying 36 kilograms. Is there some underwear on the clothesline? We gotta grab people's undies while we're there. We gotta collect everyone's undies. Hey, what's up, Guardian Devil? Yeah, I don't know. I like talking about these things. I like talking about things that are difficult to talk about. And also things that might cancel me. Like saying the fact, here's the thing, is when I'm talking about getting canceled, I know it's hard for people to hey, High Life. I know it's hard for some people to understand. But speaking my mind just now and saying all the things I just did, in some people's minds within the LGBT community, that is unacceptable. And that is disgusting. That needs to change. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just, I'm too isolated to really like, because every single time I actually meet people out in public who are LGBTQ, they feel like the same way I feel. I think it's just the internet. I think it's the same problem, and it's just a different iteration of it. So I think the biggest problem is that people on the internet are just extremely mentally ill. Like, you're not going to get the most nuanced intellectual discussions on, like, you know, Twitch chat or like Reddit comments or YouTube comments, okay? Like, and I think if your whole exposure to LGBTQ as a whole is only on the internet, you're gonna have a really warped view of what it means to be trans. Because in your mind, being trans is like, you know, everything that you say like is a trans flag, and you know, you have a litter box because you're a furry, and like and that everything that anybody says has to be canceled, and that you have to be angry at all times because that's what they're used to. But that's not because they're trans, that's because they're mentally ill, isolated, socially stunted internet people. Okay, like that's a different problem, and the same people who get mad about trans people, they're also a part of that group. They're a part of the group of people who are terminally online, who get angry at every single thing that they see. So it's like it's like the pot calling the kettle black, okay? But I hate the fact that because of a group of people who have kind of like taken it upon themselves to like kind of create like a mafia. People call it the alphabet mafia for a reason. It's because a small group of people have taken it upon themselves to say that we are the representatives and we speak for everyone. And there's a lot of trans people out there that have the same opinions I have. And whenever I like kind of, you know, test the waters with new people I meet, because I'm not sure if I'm going to hurt someone's feelings. I don't want to hurt people's feelings. So I think that's a little bit of a difference, is I shouldn't have to, but I do. I don't have to, and that actually kind of makes it better, because it's like, you know, I choose to be kind. Because, you know, I don't want to hurt someone's feelings. I don't know where they are in their life journey. I don't, you know, all that kind of stuff. But however, I just don't really know if there's certain, like, you know, opinions I can share with certain people. But then every single time I meet someone in real life and they're trans or LGBTQ in some way, and then I share these things, they're like, oh my God, like I didn't think anybody else shared that opinion. Like, I am so sick and tired of being of people canceling people. And like, I hate that every time I say that I'm trans, people immediately associate me with like Karens. And like, it's just like, people are sick and tired of this. The fact that like, I think more of us need to come out as like saying no, like, you know what? Like, I just want to be normal. I don't want to be trans. I am trans, but your goal should just be to be normal, whatever that means. And it doesn't mean I have to give up my identity. It doesn't mean I have to deny other people their identity. But what it means is, like, I want people to understand that LGBTQ is not a monolith. It is not like, you know, oh, it's just people who go to pride parades and who are like really violently angry to people who disagree with them. And like, I don't want that association. I want to distance myself from that particular subgroup of LGBTQ. And I think it's more important that people come out of the woodwork and speak their mind. Because I think there's a lot more trans people who are sick and tired of this. Who are just like, you know, people are even afraid to tell people they're trans because of this. People are afraid to even access trans medicine because of this. I was. I spent 13 years living in denial because I was so afraid of being labeled as LGBTQ. Or at the time we just said LGBT. You know, like the labels always change. Like, I was so afraid that being trans meant that for the rest of my life I had to behave a certain way. that I had to be part of this subgroup and that I would never be able to escape. It had nothing to do with being trans. It had nothing to do with medicine, like hormones. I avoided the things that I knew I needed because I didn't want to be labeled as trans. And it wasn't because being trans was not like, you know, there's nothing wrong with being trans. But when I say being trans, I mean like the political version of being trans. The social version of being trans. And I'm sick and tired of it being seen as a very specific stereotype. And I'm sick and tired of the reason why people see it so often is because there's so few of us. That if there's like 10 people who are trans, like you're pretty much going to be able to count like every single trans person you're aware of. Yeah, everyone is their own person, but I think it's so easy to like kind of lump trans people into a stereotype because there's just so few of us comparatively. There's a lot of us, but it's like we're still only 1% of the population. So it's like really hard to get away from stereotypes. But I think what's going to happen over time is that people are going to start to see the reality that it's not a monolith, and more people with my opinion are going to come out and say, hey, this isn't a hot take. This is a normal opinion. I personally do not want to be around people who are going to constantly be policing what I can and can't say. And this has nothing to do with your political ideology, has nothing to do with whether you're gay or straight or trans or cisgender or whatever. I am sick and tired of this like idea that like in order to help people understand trans people, we have to completely just like demonize people. That's like not serving anybody. It's just hurting our cause. And I don't know, I'm just kind of going in circles with this. I'm kind of sick and tired that that's like always on my mind. I mean, there's a reason why it's always on my mind, right? Like I think anybody should understand that like the reason why we keep talking about things over and over and over is because it's like a very like ever-present part of our lives. And I think like the first step is to, recognize that. But I think another step is like, hey, like what can I do right now to change the narrative and like talk about something different? Oh, you played the game yesterday? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of growing on me. Like, I'm just leveling agility right now, and, so like, not really particularly quote-unquote playing the game. But I also kind of think that the appeal of this game is that it's kind of just chill. And like, yeah, there's going to be stuff later on that might not be so chill. Like, might be a lot more intense. Like, I can't, it's going to be fun to like, to actually, once I'm done with agility, then I can actually play the game. Yeah, I sometimes like think about like what are like the root reasons why we have like passions? Like why are there certain topics that I feel so impassioned about? Like, obviously I feel like there's a sense of self-protection because it's like I have stake in the game. As a trans person, I want to be treated with respect and given the same opportunities as anyone else. And so like this topic is pretty much ever present on my mind. So it's like, it's kind of an impossible situation. Like in order to be normal, quote unquote, I have to not talk about these things. But if I don't talk about these things, then I have to allow people to walk all over me and, potentially harass me. I don't really know how to, I don't think anyone knows like what to do. That's kind of the current issue, right? Maybe it's just going to take more, I think maybe AI is going to be the thing that kind of like moves the plot forward. I think AI is going to be a unifier that we need to protect humanity. Like it's going to be the big boogeyman that affects everyone. like, if we are not careful about AI, it can destroy humanity. And I think it's the grand equalizer. It might be the grand filter. Like, you know, there's the talk about, like, what the Fermi paradox or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if it's the Fermi paradox, but there's, like, a great filter that, like, any society that becomes technologically advanced enough, will just eventually destroy themselves. And so that's why there's no other intelligent societies, is because at some point, they played with fire too much, and then they destroyed all of their race. Hey, what's up, Charlie? Hey, Charlie! What's up, Charlie? What are you doing, Charlie? Wake up, Charlie! Deep. Yeah. I'm an OSRS player, and that's deep. Yeah, you know, like, right now we're leveling agility, and then we're gonna get to play the real game. Yeah, we're gonna finally be able to play the game once I level up agility. So, I mean, I don't know. We're in a really unique point in history. I mean, it's always been a unique point in history. I'm level 43 agility right now. And I got to level 42 in Draenor without going to Varrock, or whatever. I didn't realize I could go somewhere else. I thought all agility courses were the same. I didn't realize I can get more XP and more marks of grace if I go to a different place. I guess I could go to Wilderness if I really wanted to. See, I think here's the big issue. What I want out of life is to be able to have opportunities to succeed. Hey, the real life Maui. Maui, wowie. Have you seen, like, are you Maui or Maori? Luron? I don't know what that is. Iron? I have Mithril. Oh, from Mona. Okay, like Maui Wowie. But, like, it reminded me of Maori, which reminded me of... There's a movie about a chess player who had, like, schizophrenia of some sort. I don't know exactly what his condition was, but it's a real-life story of a chess... like a chess master. He was like an international master. I don't know, he was just like a chess master, I think, of some sort. I don't know if he was a grandmaster. But, like, there was a chess player from New Zealand, like, who was Maori. And it's a really good movie. It's called, I think it's called The Dark Horse or The Black Horse. It's a really good movie. And it's basically, he's, like, not really, like, integrating into society. Like, he's got a mental illness, and he's, like, basically, like, has no purpose in life. But then he becomes a chess coach for children. And it's like, well, it just goes to show that even if you have a debilitating mental illness, you can benefit society. And, like, he basically starts this chess school, like, with his brother, I think. His brother is, like, trying to help him, and so he like, starts a chess school. If you can see when if you click on agility. Oh! So more unlock as you get higher level. So right now we're level 43. So we can go to the advanced course when we get to level 45. I don't know where that is. Shazian. So should we get to level 45 and then go to the new area, basically? Shazian? Yeah, you know, I feel like, you know, a lot of it is just kind of like, you know, making excuses. I've made a lot of excuses that it feels like, oh, well, the reason I'm not successful in life and why I'm not able to like build my career is because I'm trans, and it's the anti-trans agenda. And it's like, yeah, like that there is an extent to that. It's not like I'm imagining things. But no, it wasn't Bobby Fischer. Dark Horse movie, real life person. There's a New Zealand film. I think it won a bunch of awards. It's called The Dark Horse. Inspired by chess player Genesis Potini. He was Maori. Yeah, and he helped you know, underprivileged youth. The movie's about about his life, like when he started his chess school. He had bipolar disorder, serious mental illness characterized by extreme mood swings, including both manic and depressive episodes. I think in the movie they show it. They try to show it in a really artistic way. It looked like he was like schizophrenic or something. But I think the filmmakers were just trying to really express like how debilitating it is, like in like you know, visual media, you know, in filmmaking. It's a really good film. Yeah, and it must have been really bad. He was taking a lot of medication. But like, it's like even when you're facing extreme mental illness, you can find a place in your community. And I think that's like the big kind of like moral of the story, is like he was able, despite all of his obstacles, he was able to help people, and he was able to make a life that was worth living. And so I need to believe that about myself as well. And that being trans isn't what's stopping me from succeeding. Being autistic is not what's stopping me from succeeding. In a lot of ways, I'm kind of my own worst enemy. I'm not making excuses in the sense that I'm like avoiding the hard work. I think it's just that it's happening simultaneously. Like, I am doing work to improve, but then I'm also getting discouraged and emotionally affected by my lack of progress, or my perceived lack of progress. And I think one of the main reasons is that like I'm just only starting to get support these past couple of years. Like, I got all my transgender surgeries. That took advocacy. That took deliberate effort. and that didn't start until I was 31. I had not had any true advocacy before then. I think the closest thing I had was when I went to school for music and I had, you know, music teachers. But the thing is as soon as I stopped going to school, they were not a part of my life anymore. And so it wasn't enough. I had a lot of support while I was going to school, but like, you know, they're not going to stick around after I leave. So then it's like I kind of fell apart as soon as I stopped going to school. And then I started, you know, I faced reality and I got hospitalized a few times. And then I finally said, I need to get surgery. I'm going to do whatever it takes. Let's start this process, and I don't care how long it takes. I don't care what I have to do. I'm going to do it. And I did it. And so now I'm kind of like, now I'm integrated into community, and now I have like, you know, mentorship and stuff. And it's just, you know, I had to go on wait lists to even get these things to start. And now they're just starting soon. I have an intake with an ILS agency soon. I'm working with North Bay Regional Center and like North Bay Housing Coalition. So things are moving forward. And so I just need to allow it to happen. I need to give myself some grace, right? I can pick up those marks of grace, but I got to give myself grace. That I'm not perfect. You know, I shouldn't hold myself up to such a high standard that I think that I should just be like, oh, why am I not, you know, a famous celebrity? Why am I not like making a whole bunch of money? Why am I not, you know, a successful model or a successful actress? Why am I not like a successful chess player? Why am I not finishing my novels? Like what all these things that are like a part of me, I keep holding myself up to like an impossible standard. And it's like, give myself time to actually achieve these things. And the cool thing is that even though I'm talking about it in a way that it sounds like I'm making excuses, the difference is that I'm also taking actions to do something about it. And that's what's important. But I think if I want to feel a lot better about myself, I need to stop being delusional and start realizing that things take time and that I need to allow myself the time to do things. Yeah, I think I'll do great. I mean, first of all, I kind of got a little bit lucky in the genetics. I'm pretty damn attractive and I look pretty young for my age. And as soon as I started living as a woman and like taking estrogen, it made me look even younger. And then I got facial surgery, which made me look even younger. And also I just kind of have genetics, you know, even before surgeries, even before I transitioned, I was considered very attractive. And so as a woman, I'm going to be, you know, obviously it was a little awkward for a while, but after I got my surgeries, I feel like even without makeup, I'm still considered attractive. I'm not trying to like say that I have good genes or whatever, you know, I'm not, you know, like get off of Sydney Sweeney's back. She can't help who she is. You know, plus there's a lot of hard work involved. People do a lot of work to have a healthy body, to look attractive. And I could do more. I'm just not really in a situation to be able to really focus on that. I can't afford like a whole bunch of makeup and like hairstylists and all, you know, like I can't like hire like photographers to like, you know, have like perfect lighting and do glamour shots for like, I want to like find photographers to work with to help me make better content. But, you know, I need to get off my back. Like, god damn it, I'm still living in this trailer. We've been cleaning the house the past couple of days. I'm kind of procrastinating right now. How about we get to level 45 and then we're gonna take a break from OSRS and we're gonna get back to cleaning the house. We're gonna switch over to the other camera. I need to do more laundry. Yeah, 20 laps and we'll be level 45. Could you imagine if I just tried to get to level 99 in Draenor? I did not realize that I could go to a different agility course. I thought they were all the same. I had no idea. I'm so dumb. Yeah, now we're like nice and caffeinated. I've had like, okay, so we had 440 milligrams of caffeine today. I drink guarana, like with like either decaf coffee or chicory root, which is caffeine free. It would just take a few years. No biggie. I mean, I don't know about getting to level 99, but I want to get a pretty decent level before I continue doing other stuff. And the cool thing is that as we level agility, now we have like, you know, as soon as we reach like certain milestones, we can, you know, we have to travel to different areas. So we're like on the agility quest, basically. Like, let's level agility! And hopefully I can get 250 marks of grace while we're at it. So I can get the graceful set. So I think like a lot of it is just like, I need to focus on the smaller things. And it's like, the smaller things are actually the bigger things. Cleaning my house is a huge step to improving my life. We need to finish cleaning the bathroom. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna start a load of laundry, and then we're gonna finish cleaning the bathroom. I need to mop, and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of nasty ass fucking bullshit, you know, in the bathroom. We cleaned the toilet the best we could last time, but I need to really like clean and sanitize the bathroom floor because it's disgusting. It's not sanitary at all. It's probably causing me health problems. And then I don't know, like, I mean, basically I just gotta do laundry and fold clothes. We could after we're done with the bathroom, while we're waiting for laundry, we could clean my room a bit. Like, do something. We're gonna do something to make my environment better. Instead of just, you know, feeling miserable. I want the front room to be, like, a little bit more livable. Because right now, the only place I can really hang out is here in my room, and that's really depressing. I would like to be able to, like, hang out in the front room on the couch. But I have all my stuff there. I might not be able to make that happen, because right now, the way I have it now, is I'm using the couch as a storage space, and if I don't know where else to put that stuff. You know, short of, like, getting rid of stuff, but I pretty much own everything that I have is something that is useful, pretty much. I don't have any, like, superfluous things. Or if it's not useful at the moment, it is useful when it's useful. Like, I don't own anything that I don't need. Pretty damn sure. Unless it's garbage. But I don't have any garbage. We can get rid of all the garbage, but there's only so much. At some point, I need, like, to be able to store items. But I think we can make it better. In some way, we can make the situation better. And that's kind of, I guess, I'm gonna hold myself accountable by doing it on stream rather than just like, oh, you know, if I can put it off for another day. I can put it off for another day. Like, no, how about we just do it on stream? That way, like, I have to face reality that it needs to be done. And, you know, I might be embarrassed by sharing my nasty house, but that's good. The embarrassment forces me to want to change it. Because if I don't show it, then it's like I have no reason to feel embarrassed. Like that's less accountability. That's less like I need a little bit of pressure. Like, hey, this is unacceptable living situation. Like, you need to do something to make it better. while you're waiting for housing. And also the problem is if I just suddenly got plucked away and got put into a fresh house, like an apartment that's nice and clean, if I don't learn the skills to maintain it, it's just going to end up the same way. I highly doubt that, because a lot of it is because this is my dad's environment. I'm stuck kind of like, I can't fix him. Like, you know, to some extent, it is my fault though, because there's things that I could be doing to make it better, and so I'm going to be taking the steps, and I have been taking the steps the past few days, you know, to like, hey, like, let's make it into a stream event, like, let's make it into content. I can chat with viewers while I do it. I can just talk about random nonsense while I do it. Like, there's something that adds a little bit more to it that makes it a little bit easier. And so I think, like, you know, that's the way to think. That's how I'm going to make my life better. Stuff like that. Yeah, and so even if we only do one load of laundry, that's progress. Even if I just clean the rest of the bathroom around the toilet, because there's a whole bunch of dust that's collected around it. It needs to be, basically need to put a bunch of soap and boiling water on it, and then I need to, like, move all the stuff out of the way, mop the floor, and then basically I can get the disinfectant wipes and wipe down all the stuff that was on the floor. There's like bottles of emergency water on the floor next to the toilet. A lot of them are vodka bottles. My dad is an alcoholic, but he doesn't store vodka in the bathroom. Like I know it's like, if you watch the VOD, you know, you might think it's worse than it is. I mean, my dad's a really bad alcoholic. It's a really bad situation. But, like, he doesn't just keep vodka in the bathroom. Like, those are water in case the water gets shut off, so that you can still flush the toilet. Because you know, if you should still be able to poop, you know, if the water gets shut off. Like, come on. So there's, like, emergency water to flush the toilet, if the water gets shut off. But of course my dad repurposed empty vodka bottles to do that. Because he's a freaking trailer park alcoholic. But, you know, there's only so much of my problems that are stemming from my dad. A lot of them are. And if I get away from him and have a new environment, I think the vast majority of my problems are going to kind of solve themselves. Because what I've noticed is that when I'm just on my own, I am extremely positive and forward thinking. People like me. People really like me. But when I'm around my dad, I feel miserable, I feel hopeless, I feel like nothing is ever going to get better, I feel like I have zero opportunities, I feel like a loser. And it's like, no, that's because I'm around him, and that's who he is. Because he doesn't want to improve his life. He doesn't want a better life at all. He doesn't care about his behavior, he doesn't want to change it. So it's like really kind of frustrating. But I can't change him. And so I need to kind of do what I can to make my life better, to get away from him, which is what I'm doing. You know, I'm on wait lists for housing. I'm gonna have my own apartment someday. I don't know when, and it's really annoying me and it feels hopeless. But people are helping me. I got case managers because I have a permanent disability. And I don't know, I'm putting so much goddamn pressure on myself. So much goddamn pressure. Hey, High Life. Yeah, I gotta stay positive. Okay, we just gotta get to level 45 and then we can finally play the game. Hey Fabian, yeah, I just found out today that you can go to different agility courses as you level. I didn't realize that. I was in Draenor all the way to level 42. I'm so dumb. Could you imagine if no viewers ever told me that and I've just been playing in Draenor for the next year or two? Could you imagine? Yeah, I got to level 42 in Draenor. I'm so stupid. I don't know why I didn't consider that I thought that every single agility course was equal. I didn't realize that you get more XP in different areas as they unlock. Oh yeah, I'm glad that your cousin helped you out, High Life. Oh, well, hello, High Life's cousin. More Tanya with questing. Ooh. Yeah, well, I'm getting to level 45, and then we're gonna take a break to do some house cleaning. And then we'll figure out the questing stuff later, next time. Because, yeah, I mean, that's all part of the game. It's like questing and advancing and unlocking and the haven. And the haven. I mean, get the I want to get the Shazian Advanced course, I guess. I got the Canifis Rooftop course. Hey, we could have been doing Varrock since level 30. Fabian. Reminds me of that one song, Fabian. The ugliest reindeer, or whatever. Fabian. Alright, 6 more laps. And then we're gonna switch to cleaning. Been live for 2.5 hours, so we're kind of, you know, doing good. Doing good today. You know, I did like a 45-minute, like, kind of standing, like, talk at the beginning of the stream. Tested out my new, I got some lav mics for the phone setup for when I want to get up out of the room. I want to do some more IRL streams. That's a completely different setup. Just like a backpack setup I already have. But I think the lav mics are gonna help out a lot more, because then I can put the camera further away, and not have to worry about, like, you know, not being able to have the mic pick things up. I don't know if it's a lav mic or a lapel mic. I don't know what the difference is. There's no difference. Okay. Yeah, I got this, yeah, I got this lav mic that, it has magnets. And it's rechargeable. And it's not Bluetooth, it's, I think it has like 500-yard distance. Or something like that. Put this in backwards. I don't know, I'm just kind of a nerd. I really like streaming. I don't care how many viewers I have. I just really like being able to, like, kind of document my life and my thoughts. And I want to make better content, and I don't really care. Like, yeah, I do want to have a career as a content creator, as a writer, as a model, as a performer. Like, you know, obviously you got to make a living somehow too, you know, so there's all those things. But even without those things, I really like streaming, and I really like the idea of, you know, documenting my thoughts and figuring out better ways to entertain myself and entertain others. And it makes me feel like life is enjoyable. Like, I like making myself laugh. And I also kind of like, you know, having, like, kind of more, like, you know, intellectually expressive, you know, things. Like, where I kind of, like, talk about certain topics, and it keeps me, like, kind of entertained in a different way. Like, kind of like, you know, I guess intellectually engaged in some way. I think that's really, like, you know, you gotta find something that gives you a purpose. It gives you some kind of, like, scaffolding, you know, as you scale the rooftops. So loud. Face, red heart. Are you using YouTube emotes? They don't translate, I don't think, to restream chat. I'm very happy for you too, High Life. Person, cat, orange, whistling. Sorry for what? You got nothing to worry about. Yeah, I mean, if you're on my Twitch, you get access to the 7TV emotes. There's a hobo in space, 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 space. Ooh, Mark of Grace. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Alright, almost level 45, just one more lap. Alright, level 45. Let's go. Okay. Let's switch over to the phone camera. Huh. Okay. And okay, let's see here. There we go. What? What's going on here? There we go. There we go. Okay, and yeah, we got level 45 agility. Testing. How come it's not working? It was working earlier. Oh, there we go. Test, 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 test. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. I don't know. Test, test, test. I need to read the manual here for this. I think it has I think it has 3 different mic modes. Sounds good. Okay, let's like read the manual though. Yeah, it's actually kind of pretty decent ambient lighting. Yeah, my hair could be better. Switch to like more active shoes. These are kind of just slippers, basically. I'm watching myself in the third person, like I'm playing a video game. Guys, you know, I'm sick and tired of this bullshit. Here's me streaming. This is what it looks like in the kitchen. I'm so fucking tired of this shit. I'm just gonna be talking about this for like 5 hours. Who's there? Anybody there? Anyway, as I was saying, this noob came into the lobby and he just started like, is anyone there? Do a dance video. Okay, what are we doing? Hey, what's up, King Charles? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, I just, how about we just do the stream like this? I'm like testing different setups for my different camera stream setups and stuff. It's like I'm watching myself in third person. Okay, I need to clean the bathroom. Well, I'm glad you're here, King Charles. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here. Basically, let's see. I gotta do something right. I think we're gotta be mopping the floor and stuff. Okay. Yeah, we gotta mop the floor. Like, oh no, what I need to do is I'm gonna wipe all these things down individually. This is just water. That's like a spray bottle. Something. These all need to be wiped down with disinfectant wipes individually. Ew, you're gross. Like basically. Yeah, this is like kind of gross. that kind of stream. It's just like, I just look, someone walking into the stream right now, they see a toilet and they're like, oh God, what's gonna happen? Okay, let's... Okay, we got some mean green pine power. Gotta be careful how you say that word. Yeah, it's disgusting, Imp Man. Am I on the right side? Well, you know, this is why I'm doing it, so I can hold myself accountable. This is embarrassing that I'm living like this, you know? It's like I gotta I gotta face public shame, you know? Hold myself accountable. It's already pretty much clean now. Just basically had to do like put a whole bunch of cleaner on it and get the mop. Like sweep up after it dries, I guess, or just before it dries. I mean, it doesn't really particularly matter. Get a bucket of water. Well, here's the thing: is I got water right here. I got the shower. I gotta, basically all these, let's just wash them off this way. Probably the easiest. And then wipe them. Oh, this needs to be filled. And we got like disinfectant wipes to wipe them down. This is like emergency water for flushing. I guess I can fill this emergency water for flushing. I guess there's soap in there. I should probably put music on, huh? Makes it a little bit less depressing.
future. Some wait for the call to say that the days ahead will be the best of all. From out of the darkness, a future will come. If we leave the past behind, we'll fly beyond the sun.
guys not hear me at all? Have you guys not been able to hear me at all this whole time? I've been talking this entire time. I've been talking this entire time. Wait, it might be. Yeah, I think there's something wrong with the test. Test. Yeah, I think it's like using the microphone from the phone instead of like I plugged in. It's supposed to be using the lav mic. Yeah, it's going through the phone and not through the lav mic. I've been talking this entire goddamn time, and nobody was hearing me except for me. I'm insane. Hey, at least we had music on.
That's all right. We all talk to ourselves sometimes, smiling.
Test. God damn it, that sucks. I've been talking for like the past hour. See, I had it actually, it would have been okay if I hadn't muted on OBS, but like the problem is that I muted on OBS at some point. OBS. And like that messed things up. Right, but like, you know, my VOD is going to be completely... I mean, at least there's music playing. I can also turn down the music a little bit. I think I need to read the manual here for this lav mic. Yeah, it's not. It's picking up from the phone. It's supposed to be plugging in directly to the do I have to actually set it up in Android settings? What is it called? It's supposed to be plug and play. 10-hour battery life, collar clip magnetic suction wearing, small and portable, 2.4G wireless transmission. Yeah, it's not Bluetooth.
Is it a Bluetooth dongle or something?
Yeah, it's not Bluetooth. I said that before you said it. Yeah, it's not Bluetooth. And the thing is, I had it working earlier. Right? But for some reason, it's not working now. Yeah, it's charged. It has two mics as well. Maybe we can try the other one. Yeah, you can actually have both at the same time. Let me look at the manual instead of trying to figure it out like a jackass. Because I want to be able to use lav mic with my phone, because, I mean, it would have been perfect if I was actually talking during the whole stream. But I guess the music kind of makes, picks up the slack. Like, you know, the music kind of, you know, carries along. Mic drop. Or, I mean, needle drop. Whatever. It's a Lindsay Sonic. Congratulations, the A6 lavalier microphone. On the collar with the microphone recording and facing upward. Using with a mobile phone. Yeah, it's a solid green light on both of them. Test, 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 test. It also has a reverb mode. Test, test, test. Yeah, this is noise reduction. It has original sound. Enter OGD to search. OTG connection.
What's the model again?
A6, I don't know. It's like... I think it's actually, if I can, it said to go in settings. And it's called like OTG or something. Well, that's ridiculous. I don't know what this is. If the USB-C receiver pairing compatibility issues. If it has OTG function, please manually turn on OTG. Over the gate? Yeah, it doesn't have that. Microphone, probably permission manager, or?
WTH is OTG function, no idea.
Maybe it's a USB thing. USB debugging? No.
OTG is a setting on the phone needs to be turned.
turned on. I think it only needs to be turned on if it has it. It's supposed to be plug and play. Test, test, test.
Check the mute button too.
Yeah, it's not muted. No, it's definitely not muted. See, like, it's definitely not muted. See, like, it's got a mute button there. Oh, oh! It's got a mute button there. Oh, oh! Test. 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 Test.
I think it works. I think it works. I was twice.
Wait, you're... Well, that's because I have... That's because I have my other microphone on.
You fight well in the old style, but you've caused me enough trouble. Now you face the Shredder.
Oh, here we go. USB. There we go. I have to select the USB composite device. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Is it clipping? Is it reverbing? Hello, hello, hello. Yeah. Test, test, test. It's like noise reduction, noise suppression. Noise suppression. The noise suppression seems to not be super noise suppression. It was on the setting before. Yeah, because it has like a reverb mode. Yeah, is this too loud? It's going way into the yellow. I should probably turn it down. Or do, oh no, no, no. Okay, let's do no input gain. Is that fine? Is that fine? Is that fine? Is that fine? Hello, 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 hello. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, I can turn it down at OBS. Okay, so this is just me talking normally. Is that okay? Can you hear me okay with the music? Okay, testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing. Test, 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 test. I actually think I might even need to turn the input gain down. Or maybe I can reposition it. Kinda. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. So let's kind of get back into our standing up mode. Okay, so yeah, because if we can, I guess it wasn't working. I was basically talking about how now I've had like basically I've been drinking guarana for caffeine lately, and guarana is basically extremely caffeinated. It's the highest form of natural caffeine in the world, and 1 gram of it in this specific brand of guarana powder is 2 cups of coffee. And I had 2 grams of it today, and it was how I was able to clean the house. Like it basically, I'm getting to the point where it's like I've talked to my psychiatrist a little bit about this before, but you know I'm autistic and I have like I might have ADHD. Yeah, I might have ADHD as well as autism. And I was talking a little bit about how like, you know what, like even though like right now my life seems like completely hopeless, like I got case management, you know, I'm with North Bay Regional Center because I have a developmental disorder. My SSI is paused, so it's kind of bothering me right now. But the fact that I have to drink basically 4 cups of coffee to just do basic tasks, like daily tasks, like clean my room, I think I need to take Adderall. Like, I know it's a little bit scary, and I've talked to my doctor about it. I'm like, I don't know if I want to take this. But at the same time, is if I have to drink 4 cups of coffee to do just basic household tasks, my executive dysfunction is destroying my life. I think it's time to try a low dose. You know, even an exceptionally low dose might help me. You know, I'm autistic. I don't... I know you're going to say that. It's helped I have family members who got recently more diagnosed with ADHD, and they started Adderall and just basically started fixing that person's problems, like my brother, where he's finally found something that's been able to help him feel normal. And it was almost immediate. Every single time I've heard about somebody who has ADHD, they get prescribed Adderall, and it just suddenly they can function. And it's like, well, you know, I have autism, so it's a bit different. But you know, like I keep getting these family members, you know, people in my family who are just getting diagnosed of ADHD, and it's like, I think it's not just autism. I think there's some like ADHD or whatever. And like, if I have to drink 4 cups of coffee just to do basic daily tasks, that's way worse than Adderall. Like, I shouldn't have to drink like increasingly amounts of coffee every single day just to function. That's gonna give me extreme health problems. I should be able to drink like maybe 1 or 2 cups of coffee a day, or nothing at all. And like just be able to have a job, be able to like take care of daily tasks. I don't know, I'm a little bit scared because I know Adderall can be dangerous. I know it can really like kind of destroy people's lives. I kind of have an addictive personality. But I've tried everything. No, it would be with my doctor. No, it would definitely be through my doctor. It would be an extremely low dose. I'd be careful. I'm already carefully monitored. I have permanent disability. I'm connected with like 3 different doctors at least. I would talk to my psychiatrist about it and say like, hey, like I've really felt like I can't make any progress in my life. And I was talking to him initially about it. I said I wanted to explore going off with another medication because I take Lamictal. I went off of it for a while, but then I ended up in the mental hospital. So Lamictal is basically, it treats like bipolar. It's an anticonvulsant. So it's for people who have like, but it's used off label for like mental health, for like mental instability, like bipolar. A lot of it is environmental. So like, you know, I have a case manager trying to find me housing. I'm on also a Section 8 wait list, and I think I have another 6 months and I might be getting my housing voucher, which will open up a lot more new housing options. But a Section 8, I've been waiting like 5 years. Okay, like it's, you know, I was lucky enough to like, you know, you have to keep checking your email to make sure, or whatever, you have to make sure to reapply, and I did. So like I think I'm about like 6 to 8 months on the wait list now. That's actually pretty damn close for Section 8. So I actually think things are going to be working out eventually if I just hold on. A lot of it's this environment. You know, I can do whatever I can to try to clean the house and make it a little bit better. But at the end of the day, this environment is not conducive to mental health. And no amount of like, you know, deep breathing exercises and mindful living and, you know, all these different strategies that I've been using to cope, none of that is going to help except for getting me out of here. And so like, that's a big deal. But also like, I'm autistic and I have extreme emotional regulation issues. And I guess it's the same thing as bipolar, and Lamictal kind of stabilizes me. It has very, 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 very little side effects. It's kind of like you can basically just take it for the rest of your life, and it has like 0 side effects. Unless you are the rare person that it deeply impacts, and then it can like be life-threatening. And you have to always monitor to make sure you have any additional like rashes or anything like that, which I never had. So it's like, it's a rare percentage of people that react negatively to Lamictal. But I wanted to try going off of it to see if like, maybe it was like after I got my surgeries, because I got transgender surgeries, you know, I got vaginoplasty 15 months ago, which was like a big deal. But, you know, I'm really happy about that. And I thought that, you know, maybe I can try going off Lamictal. And then I ended up in the mental hospital. It didn't help that I was smoking a lot of weed. I quit weed after I got out of the mental hospital and finished my stash. And then I just didn't buy anymore. And now I'm getting to the point where it's like, I think I need to seriously talk to my psychiatrist about at least starting with an exceptionally low dose Adderall, because it's prescribed sometimes to people without ADHD if they're on the spectrum because of executive dysfunction. And executive dysfunction is why I had problems in school. It's why I had problems as an adult. I continually have problems on a daily basis because every single day it's like I'm floating around in a void of indecision and like constantly like, yeah, I've been through a lot of shit, but I'm on the other end of it, you know, like I had my transgender surgeries. That was really terrifying. And then now, like,
always recommend talking these decisions through with your doctor first.
yeah, of course. Like, you know, this is something that I only mention in the stream because it's like, I've kind of been documenting my life a lot, and I talk to my doctors about my stream a lot. So like a lot of the times I use my stream as like an initial like thought, like to get all my thoughts together. And then I bring it to my therapist, I bring it to my psychiatrist, I bring it to my primary care provider and say, hey, like I was, yeah, it took 5 years. You know, I had to basically,
Your channel trans. I am out.
oh, you're one of those people, huh? Or you're just trolling. Oh, you're trans? Goodbye. Unsubscribe. Okay, well, there's the door. Goodbye. Anyway, yeah, it was a big deal. Like it really like affected me because I felt like it was a race against the clock. I felt like every single day that I didn't get the surgery was like closer and closer and closer to the end of my life. And especially with what happened with, like, you know, Trump getting elected, and it almost got canceled and delayed indefinitely because it was going to be scheduled. It was originally on the schedule all the year of 2023 on November 28th, 2023. But in November 1st, because I'm diabetic, you know, this is why I'm close with my doctors. I'm diabetic, I got autism, and I'm trans. So those are three things that you just have to monitor for the rest of your life. Okay, these are things that you can't let slip. Like, you know, I got to deal, you know, it's easy now. I got surgery. I just have basic, like, you know, feminine hygiene that I got to take care of. And I do a pretty damn good job. You know, I smell. Yeah, I'm type 1. I'm actually type 1.5 because it delays. There's a rare form of it that affects like 5% of diabetics called LADA. Yeah, we played RuneScape earlier. Get off my back. We got level 45 agility. So basically, like yeah, it's called LADA. Basically, you produce insulin, and it delays until you're like 20. Like, I started having problems in like as like in my late teenage years, and I started having some serious problems by the time I was like 20. And I got tested, and my blood sugar was like 400. And for some reason, I was able to survive. Most people die within like a few months, or like within a month. So I think I have like some kind of like extreme survival mechanism, because yeah, there was also another time they misdiagnosed me as type 2 because they were like, how are you alive? Like, you're 20, like 19 at the time. I think I was like 18 or 19. How are you alive? Like, you're and I'm like, I don't know. And then they're like, oh, you must be type 2. And then they gave me metformin. And then I had gone to the hospital with a blood sugar of 800. And then they re-diagnosed me, and they're like, oh, you're type 1.5. It's like, basically, they misdiagnosed me because of like a certain, like, because of that. And then they're like, oh, you're definitely type 1. Type 1.5 is basically type 1, it's just delayed. It happens later in life rather than early. And so, like, you might produce insulin still. I might even create a small amount of insulin still at 37. It's possible. But it's kind of like just yeah, it's pretty rare, but you know, in the end of the day, it's the same treatment. I just take insulin, and I have to monitor it pretty closely. In order to get my surgery to happen, I got a call from my surgeon, and he said, you know, I have to talk to you. And I'm like, okay, is this what kind of news is this? I was like, my heart was racing because it was at the beginning of November. The surgery was supposed to be at the end of the month. And he's like, you know, this isn't what you want to hear, but I'm going to have to get you off the schedule because your A1C is at 7.2. I would really like it to be at 6.9 or below. And I was devastated because it's a 3-month average. And like, I was like, how am I, and I didn't realize, like, I mean, he said it should be easy to schedule. He had like, because I was high priority, because I was already scheduled, I wouldn't have to wait another 2 years. But I kept fearing that, like, it might take another 2 years. I'd still be waiting. And like, I'm so like, I don't know what to do. I thought my life was over, but I'm like, nothing to it but to do it. Nothing to it but to do it. And I like started, like, I went out for a run like that night. And the whole time I was like, nothing to it but to do it. Nothing to it but to do it. And I switched my diet. I even got rid of popcorn out of my daily diet. I was already pretty damn healthy. 7.2 is not terrible. It's above where you want it to be, but it's like, like in 2019, it was like at 11. But like, I needed to really like hone in on my insulin. And like, I needed to min-max on my blood sugar checking, and like I even took like Lispro, which is the short-acting insulin. Yeah, but like normally, well, it's like air popcorn, or like, you know, not the microwave popcorn, but like I was eating super healthy, like even popcorn is low glycemic. Okay, so like, but I even took that out. And I switched my diet to just like oatmeal and peanut butter with collagen powder and cinnamon with stevia. And I used Perplexity AI to research every possible thing I could do to lower my A1C. And I ate that twice a day. I had these Yakult like probiotics morning and night. And I went for an hour of walking a day. Using pens? Yeah, I use pens. So I have 2 different kinds of insulin that I use. This is the dangerous kind. I try to avoid using this one. This is Lispro. I only use this when I'm like over 200. And also if I know that I'm not gonna, if I know I like, if I'm over 200 and I ate food with carbs. This is what I normally take, is the Glargine. It's a long-acting insulin. It's you know, I take it once a day, and I take 20 units. Apparently some people take like 70. Yeah, but I normally don't take it because I have a risk. I don't want to have, I had a CGM once, but I have an adhesive allergy. And unfortunately, when I got the surgery from where they put the robot, I do have extra scar tissue from the adhesive. And so I have adhesive allergy, or a certain type of adhesive. Wearing a CGM and a insulin pump, that is like a, yeah, it's an extreme discomfort for me. I don't want to have to be attached to a machine all the time. So it's easier for me to just kind of min-max it by just doing it the old-fashioned way. I did it the old-fashioned way, and I got it down to 6.7, which is 0.5 points in a single month. And unfortunately, it was the holidays, so I had to wait until like January before they could call me back for the scheduling. But I got back on the schedule for March 28th in 2024, and then the surgery. I mean, it was originally 27th. They called me, and I was freaking out.
Everyone has their own way of doing things.
Yeah, I was freaking out for a second because they called me in the month of the surgery again, and I was like, okay, what is this? And they said, oh, we're just going to reschedule you one day after. And I'm like, oh my God. Like, okay. Because like, they just rescheduled me one day. And I'm like freaking the fuck out. And it didn't help that they had the month, like I think a couple days after I got the phone call, they had the episode of Rick and Morty where they had like the topic of suicide. So that didn't help. But you know, I was just out there, like I went for a run, but like I was just ended up like 1 hour of walking per day, sometimes an hour of running, sometimes bicycling for like 1 to 2 hours. But I only had like 1 or 2 days of rest, and during the rest days I would do like light, like 15 minutes of walking or something. Like I was extremely like on top of it. I had one big meal of like ground turkey with onion and garlic, pepper and red pepper, and kale. And kale was really important. It was a huge part of it. My oatmeal twice a day with like, you know, the oatmeal, peanut butter, collagen powder, stevia, and cinnamon.
I used to run 30 kilometers a week. It's so good for mental health until I broke my ankle a couple years ago.
Yeah, you don't want to have an injury. I'm really sorry to hear that. That's why you have to, like, you know, I like walking, and I started doing backpacking or rucking. And I've been kind of like having to take a rest for the past couple of weeks because I did it on stream. I did a stream where I did like 20% body weight.
It's still alright.
Yeah, you want to just kind of go easy on your joints. If you injure your joints, then you can't work out at all, at least with that kind of workout. So running is kind of like, you want a maximum of like 3 days per week. So I would like run like maybe once or twice a week, but I was mostly just walking. And I only had for snacks celery and onion, or celery and carrots. And for other snack, you know, for low blood sugar, I had bananas or apples or oranges. And, you know, glucose tabs just in case. But I was like insane. I was like a mad woman. I was like a fucking psychotic. I was like, there's nothing to it but to do it. And I was like, every single day, like, I need to do like meditation. Like, I did yoga. Like, I was like trying to keep my blood pressure like stable. The month of the surgery, I even had like titrated down and completely gotten on decaf coffee. Like, I was like, I didn't want any complications. I didn't want any reason whatsoever for the surgeon to back off. I didn't want to go in for the surgery and the surgeon's like, oh, I'm not going to do it. Let's do it later. I'm like, fuck. And now we're seeing like if it had continued to be delayed, my surgery would have genuinely been at risk of being permanently canceled. Because
I'm not a coffee drinker, but I got on the decaf tea a long time ago.
nice. Yeah, I mean, I've been on decaf several times. I like a little bit of caffeine, and today I had like basically 4 cups of caffeine. The guarana is really, really interesting because it has a high tannin count. It absorbs slower, and you don't get the crazy jitters as if it was coffee, but it lasts longer, which is a bit intense. So it's kind of like, I can do stuff like clean the house or go on a good workout. It has the same kind of feel-good protein chain like that chocolate has. Well, yeah, you don't want to have caffeine after like afternoon, because then you'll have sleeping problems. But I was like for months, I was on that routine. I actually don't know what my final A1C was before I went in for surgery, but it was 6.7 after a single month. And I had maintained that until the surgery. And like, I had to change my diet again leading up to the surgery because you don't want to have onions or garlic because of the anesthesia and all that kind of stuff. But it's finally over as of 15 months ago or so. And I've been just trying to adjust. I went back to school. I took an acting class. I kind of had a mental breakdown after that because I just realized how unequipped I am for social, integration. I've been so isolated. I mean, I have to keep trying, but I ended up going to the mental hospital after a series of things that happened. I kept making risky decisions and I noticed it. And so I called 988 and I went to the mental hospital. I had also been like smoking a lot of weed and that was giving me some psychosis. And then I, quit weed after I ran out, after I was in the hospital for 11 days. And then, I kind of stayed off the weed for a little bit, but this living situation, it's just, I had to have something. And it's like, what else am I going to do? This is hopeless. And it's like, I got back on the weed and I finished it. And then I'm like, okay, I'm not getting back on it. It makes me sick. Yeah, I mean, I've gone through a lot of mistakes in my life, but I made the thing is I think I take it for granted. Not everybody recognizes the patterns, but I'm like, of course I made these decisions because I don't want to make the same mistakes I've made in the past. But then some people keep making the same mistakes, and I'm like, I'm not 20 anymore. Yeah, like when I was in my 20s, I made insanely bad mistakes, and like, I don't even want to talk about it. It's too much to talk about on stream. It's not worth it. There's, I think it's just time to move forward, and like, now that I'm done with all the surgeries, I can focus on like other things, like cleaning my house, like making sure I can, work with these job coaches. I have like a case manager. Yeah, I'm 37. I have a case management with like North Bay Regional Center because I have a developmental disorder. I'm a client for life. And so they're going to be helping me get access to different agencies that help with people who have autism and different access needs. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like, I don't think your life gets worse as you get older. I think you're just more aware of things than you were before. I think it was just as bad or even worse when you're in your 20s, but you just don't pay attention to it. And like, I think people in their 20s, they're just blind to the problems. And then when you start hitting 30, stuff starts, getting shoved in your face. Reality hits you. And I think that's the difference. I don't actually think that anything, I think it actually gets better. I think you're actually doing better objectively in your 30s, mostly. I mean, obviously, if you're making shitty decisions, then no. But like, I genuinely, yeah. And the problem is in the short term, it can give you a lot of anxiety, and it can give you a lot of, despair. But the thing is now that you're aware of the problems, you can actually start fixing them, and that's the difference. And I think people who fall apart in their 30s and 40s and 50s, they keep ignoring their problems, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And then before you know it, you're in your 60s and you're like drinking like 2 gallons of vodka a week like my dad, and spending like hundreds of dollars a month on a microtransaction game, and you smell like urine, and like it's just disgusting. My dad is a lost cause. I'm nothing like him. I'm making positive changes. I'm seeking help. I'm getting coaching. I'm going to be working with an ILS coach who's going to help me with job training and job coaching and all sorts of different lifestyle changes. And over time, I think I'm going to be really okay. I think it's just hard. I have 2 choices. I could seek help and try to do something, or I could just give up and let my life get worse. And I don't want that, even though a lot of people take that option. I just have to be really careful, especially if I work with my psychiatrist. I have to be really careful if I start Adderall.
And also, like, the constant stuff.
Yeah, I just have to be insanely careful if I start Adderall, because I have an addictive personality and I don't want to get addicted. I don't want to abuse it. It's destroyed people's lives. But if I need it, I need it. And I've tried everything else, and I have executive dysfunction that is destroying my life. And if all it takes is taking a small dose of a drug to just suddenly, not suddenly, but to be able to at least be equipped. And, it doesn't mean I have to always be on it. It might just be temporary while I put on some training wheels and work with the coaches.
Everyone shits on the U.S. healthcare system and praises the NHS and how amazing it must be to have free healthcare. But really, the NHS is such a fucking mess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even want to get started on the NHS. There have been people who've been waiting for gender-affirming treatment just to get on hormones for 6 years. Here in California, well, I'm an adult, so it's different. But I went to my doctor, and my doctors already knew I was trans. I talked about my gender dysphoria when I was 18. But when I was 31, I had a mental breakdown. I stayed in the mental hospital. I was smoking weed every day. I was streaming 8 to 12 hours a day on Twitch. I was just playing chess. And I had a job technically, but it was part-time, extremely, it was basically volunteering. I was falling apart. I was going through complete psychosis. I was so delusional about things on Twitch, for sure. But I went to the mental hospital a few times, but I had an actual I think 5-day hospitalization or something. And I was enough is enough. I can't keep running away from. I'm transgender. I can't avoid that. I tried everything that people tell you to do. They say, "Oh, just try to be a man." Just and it's dude, it's just destroying me. I'm trying to be someone I'm not. And it's for better or for worse, however society is going to react, I need to get on hormones and I need to get surgery. And I fucking did it. And I'm way better off. I fucking love myself. I actually can take off my clothes now and love my body. I walk around a lot of the time in in a top that exposes a lot of my skin. I'll walk around in a yoga a sports bra. No problem. I used to never take off my shirt when I was a man. I used to hate taking off my shirt. I hated my body. I hated myself. And I was too smart to keep going down that path. I'm I don't want to keep going through drug addiction, keep going through negative spirals, addictive internet usage, and avoiding the problem, because I've seen what it does to people. I've seen what it did to my dad. Avoiding the problem is what the problem is. Just face the fucking problem and do it. You know, just do it, like Nike says. But it did mean that I had to face the reality that I'm transgender, and as we're seeing with politics, it's fucking a tire fire, and it's a nightmare. But at least now I love myself, and I love my body, and I respect myself. Like, I can look in the mirror and say, you're a fucking badass. You did it. And like nobody can take that away from me. And, you know, hopefully the societal problems change. But like, as soon as I went to my doctor, I had already been on record as talking about gender dysphoria and stuff. But like, as soon as I went there, I'm like, please, like, I need to do this. Like, what do we need to do? Like, what can, you know, and also insurance. I think the little bit of hope that kept me going was that insurance had started at some point paying for, the insurance I have, started paying for surgeries. And it, you know, facial surgery as well. And I got facial surgery. And I didn't even think facial surgery was, I didn't even think vaginoplasty was on the table. But I got vaginoplasty and facial surgery. And I technically got an orchiectomy, you know, before the facial surgery, but orchiectomy would have happened anyway with the vaginoplasty, obviously. But I had an orchiectomy, and then I had a facial surgery a year after, and then I had the vaginoplasty. And now I'm done. I don't want to get breast implants or anything like that. I'm, you know, in the future when I can afford it, I want to spend the $3,000 to get the Eve bra, and then it takes like 6 months. Yeah, it takes like 6 months of the Eve bra for like 12 hours a night. You have to wear this like little like bra that like sucks on your nipples or like on your breasts, and like over time it increases you by like a cup size. It does work. It's just, it's a lot of if you can't miss a single day, and you have to use it for like 6 months, and it's $3,000. And but that's not as important to me. Like, that's breast size, that's not like a big deal. I'm pretty happy with my body. I love myself, and now I just want to work on, like, you know, the normal stuff, like working on housing, working on getting. Well, I mean, it's probably not very comfortable. It's designed to, like, it slowly kind of like pulls on the tissue, and then over time, after the 6 months, it kind of has permanently like fat redistribution to increase your breast size by like a full cup size. But that's that's more of like a min-maxing thing. That's not really like, you know, life or death for me. Like, if I had to live the rest of my life with the breasts that I have now, I don't think I would. I would be okay. But, you know, I would rather be more than okay. But, you know, just because like my breasts are a little bit small, and it kind of feels like if they were slightly bigger, you know, like I think I would be a little bit happier. But that's for the future when I can afford things like that. It's like $3,000. That's going to be a present to myself. You know, and then it's going to be 6 months of, you know, using that, and then it's permanent. And it's been like actually positively reported especially from trans women, for, you know, permanently increasing your breast size more than just HRT alone without doing surgery. And I don't want to get breast implants. I don't want fake tits. I would rather just grow them, and, like, you know. But either way, that's not really the end of the world. I have a fucking pussy now, so like that's awesome. Every single day I'm like, this is real. But it has had like a psychological effect on me, obviously. But I'm dealing with it. You know, it's a little bit overwhelming. And of course, the fact that I'm dealing with like multiple issues. Like, I'm dealing with the fact that I'm trying to get new housing. I'm trying to get, you know, my career developed. I also need employment, which is different than career. My financial issues are really bad because I just have SSI and they paused it. And so, like, I think I have to go into the office and like talk to someone, because I talked to someone already. They said they were going to schedule me for another phone call, but I haven't gotten scheduled yet. And like, well, meanwhile, I have to, my bank account is just going lower and lower and lower. And I don't know how I'm going to be able to survive if they stop my, my SSI. And so it's like, I can make some money online, but I'm not really in the mental space to work right now. I can earn money online if I really set my mind to it. I have, my methods. I got like certain platforms that I can't do on Twitch, because I'm a cam girl. But I haven't been able to, like, psychologically commit to that because of this living situation. And I'm like, this is really depressing. I don't want to, I can't do this. Like, I just don't know how I'm going to move forward until things start to work in my favor. Like, I have, like, this case management.
That's cool.
Yeah, I have a talent for it. I think I could be a porn star, to be honest. I just need some opportunities and some coaching. I need to learn and practice, but, like, I shouldn't have to rely on it for an income, because that's way too much pressure. I want to be able to approach it on my own terms, and I shouldn't have to work just for a paycheck. Like, that's a fast track to mental health problems. Okay, like, I want to go on my own pace, and like right now I don't even feel like I can barely do anything. Like, just doing my live stream is actually kind of a big deal, and like I can barely even journal. I haven't done any writing projects. I finished a blog article, but I haven't even hit publish. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just can't seem to do anything. And that's kind of comes back to, I think I seriously need to talk to my doctor about Adderall. If it's executive dysfunction, like, my brain just literally does not want to take action. I think it might actually just, I don't know. That's something to explore with my doctor. But anyway, I think I'm kind of rambling on. I think it's about time to head out. We did some good cleaning today, and I think we're gonna keep just doing these cleaning sections of the stream, and then when things are good enough to, I really want to get back to IRL, doing IRL streaming with the backpack, because I haven't really been I guess cleaning is exercise. So I'm getting aerobic workout. I think it's just I think, like, I need to get back into my exercise routine, because I had to take it easy the past couple of weeks, because I did a 20% ruck, which is like putting weight in your backpack, 20% body weight. I had like 33 pounds in the backpack, and I was doing a manual treadmill, like on an incline, like 13.5% incline for an hour. It burns like 1,600 calories an hour, and I think it really wore me out. And I don't want to injure myself, and so I kind of have been taking it a little bit easy, and I've been cleaning, so it's like I have been getting cardio. So I guess I'm doing good just by cleaning, but I really want to get out there again and do IRL, like getting out in the real world, getting some sunshine. I got sunscreen. Like, I don't have to, like, hide in my house all the time. I do have agoraphobia issues from, like, past trauma and stuff like that. Being out in public and having issues with social issues, and I've had a lot of problems. I was bullied heavily as a child, and I had situations where kids were like putting me in, like, closets and locking the door, or sitting on me, and like hurting me, and then oh, you have to let us do this, or we won't be your friends anymore. And it's like, I wanted to be loved, and I unfortunately did not have any support at home. I don't want to get into childhood trauma again. Oh my God, I'm sorry. That was really close. God damn. I don't want to get into childhood trauma again. I talked to my therapist about stuff, but we're more focused on moving forward lately. There's a lot of trauma, but I've talked about it with my therapist a lot. And now we're more focused, especially since I've had the surgeries. I'm like way more grounded in the present now. Like, way more grounded in the present. Yeah, I don't need to touch on that stuff. Yeah, exactly. And that's like tip of the iceberg. You have no idea. Fuck, it's so bad. It stays with you, like, especially when it's like, I don't know, I don't want to get into it. I've talked about it a lot on stream, but like, I have a lot of resentment to my parents because it's like, I needed support, I needed mentorship, I needed, like, you know, guidance. And I was just raised by TV, movies, video games, other kids. I was not raised by adults. My parents were gone. Like, my dad was always at work, and when he was home, he was always just on, you know, doing his ham radio stuff, drinking. And my mom was just always watching TV. There I go again. I'm going into childhood trauma again. Anyway, thanks for stopping by, and I really appreciate you, and I like the new setup. I'm glad we got the microphone set up, because now I can do these like standing up talking streams, and I don't have to always be sitting down. I think it's a good change of pace, you know. It's like I can stand up and like kind of be more animated, and it gives me a lot more energy. I can talk about a lot of stuff that like keep things like, you know, more integrated and rolling, and like action, and like keep things, and like, you know, all this kind of stuff, you know. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you had a good time, and later we will start questing next stream because I'm level 45 agility, and we need to start doing quest lines to get some unlocking new agility courses. We're gonna be getting so we're gonna be getting going in OSRS. We're gonna start the quest lines. We're gonna have lots of fun on stream. I really appreciate that you were here. I really appreciate everything. And your support. Thanks for giving me, you know, the attention I deserve. You know, the attention I deserve. Thanks for, you know, playing into my ego a little bit, and like, you know, sticking around, and I really appreciate it. You know. Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of the cool thing about streaming is every now and then you just kind of find like a streamer that like every now and then you kind of just find like a streamer that like matches, like you're like, whoa, I didn't even know this person existed. And it's like, I feel like streaming is like a really wonderful thing. Like, obviously it can end up becoming a, like, you know, an addiction or a problem, like anything, but like at the same time I think it has helped me get through all these past couple of years. Like, I used it as a space to document my transition process, to work through all these things, all the ups, all the downs. Like, I use this as a public journal. I used it to get myself back on the horse, you know, to get myself back to where I needed to be. Like, I shared things with the stream that maybe I shouldn't have shared, but you know, that's kind of life, you know. It's like, I don't shy away from my problems, and like I noticed this about myself is that I just keep pushing for a better life. I keep pushing, like, this is me. And I found myself through streaming. It's not necessarily because of Twitch, it's, you know, it's like that's just a medium. I realized through the act of streaming who I really am, and it's like that's a big deal. And I think that, you know, when used properly, and when you have like proper guidance in your life, you're not alone, etc. You have proper guidance and mentorship, like a therapist and all that kind of stuff. I really feel like Twitch can change lives for the better. Like, streaming, like, can really help people sometimes. A certain type of person like me who just is a yapaholic, you know. Imagine if I didn't have a place to vent all these things and process these things. If I had to do this alone, because I don't really have like a support network really. I have a few close friends, but they're not really equipped to handle me. But like my stream, yeah, like I'm gonna get people who have an issue with me online, but they're just pixels on my screen. Like, this is something that's in my control. Like, I have a controlled environment, a camera, a microphone. I can choose who gets to talk in my chat. Like, this is 100% my space. I wonder if there should be a social media platform about having your own space and call it My Space. Yeah, because I started playing OSRS and you probably saw me because of like the algorithm like recommended me. Yeah, I got level 45 agility today. Next time, most likely tomorrow, we're going to be doing questing because I haven't done any questing outside of the basic tutorials. So like, you know, we're gonna get started. We're gonna get really started. You know, now that I got level 45 agility, now I get to really play the game. Okay, bye-bye. Thanks, Markintosh. Yeah, we got a whole journey. A wonderful journey. Magic, everyone loves Magical Trevor. Takes a whip with his leathery whip. And the cow goes on a magical journey. Oh my god. Oh yeah, thanks Mirrors for the follow. Thanks Dorm Dots for the follows. Thanks Markintosh for the follow. Yeah, we got 3 new followers today. Sorry I missed the announcements when it happened, but you know, I appreciate everyone. Hope you have a great day, and you know, stay hard. You know, drink your vegetables, eat your milk, and you know, brush your teeth. Bye bye.